Crosby, and welcome to Lakeside Stadium for a big day of athletics action. We have got the state relay champs, and we've also got the Zatopek coming through this evening. So I'd just like to introduce Mitch Dyer, who's going to be co-commentary for the day. And Mitch, big program coming up.
Yeah, massive program coming up, Tim. I'm looking at it right now. We have a whole bunch of fantastic relays that, as you mentioned, are going to lead straight into the Zatopek tonight. Cracking day, cracking program. Can't get much better.
All right, and just like to, at this stage, we'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land upon which we meet and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. So Mitch, looking at the relays, what's your favourite event?
Oh, it's a tough one. I can't honestly say I've run too many relays in my day. Anything over a little bit of distance. The Sprint Medley is going to be pretty good. The Distance Medley is always incredibly interesting. 4x1s, 4x4s. I mean, it's a hard one to pick, but probably that 4x4, I reckon. Tim, how about you? Anything that really catches your eye off the game?
I always love the 4x4, Mitch. It's been the excitement machine for quite a few years at Zatopek now, and but also the Distance Medley. Looking forward to that later in the program. All right, so it is about 3 minutes now until we have our first event, which is 10:45. The women's 1600 metre sprint medley. Under 16 will kick off the program.
Okay, commentary out, background music up. Thank you.
So if you turn your attention to the scoreboard, you'll see the teams lining up for our first event, which is the 1600 metre medley relay. So away now 2, 2, 4 and 8 in this 1600 metre medley. So a good spread of teams here already in the outside lanes there. Box Hill looking quite good, Nunawading to the inside of them. On the inner lanes, Glenn Huntley off to a good start, just taking the stagger there a little bit there on the Mornington team. And let's just watch for changeovers here. It looks like the outer lanes might go first, so I reckon Box Hill, Mitch, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it was Box Hill on the outside there, Tim, and maybe even Glenn Huntley there in lane 2. So they start to make their way around. As you mentioned, the outside lane's off to an absolute flyer. So Box Hill coming steaming down this home straight right now. They're going to hand over to the 400 metre leg. There's also Nunawading on the inside of them. Glen Huntley, Diamond Valley starting to push through, but I believe it's going to be Box Hill that changes first as we get underway in this 400 metre leg.
So Box Hill out quite nice. I reckon they've got about a 10 metre lead at the moment over Nunawading. Glen Huntley also in the mix, and I think that's, let's have a look, that's Jasmine Firth, I think, for Glen Huntley now on the way, and I think she's going to start to take that stagger away from the Nunawading team. But Box Hill now crossing over, doing the long, slow crossover, which is the way to go. So the Box Hill team out nicely. That's Sienna Curdian out there at the moment, according to our run sheet here. And it is Glen Huntley, then Nunawading. Gap then to the first of the Mornington teams.
Yeah, so Curdian really starting to extend away a little bit. It probably started at about 15 metres. It's blown out to 30, as you mentioned, Firth, being able to peg that back straight to Nunawading. They're starting to drop off a little bit as we're going to approach our 800 metre leg. Mornington Peninsula team in a little bit of a league of their own right now, but it is Box Hill as they're going to come down and make the change here. For the 800 metre leg, it's going to be Hannah Rusmere of Box Hill is going to take it over for 2 laps in this 32-degree heat. Glenn Huntley able to hold out our Nunawading team as they come to the changeover. I believe that's Mornington A behind them, Doncaster, Diamond Valley, Mornington B and Western A's. But as we make our way around this bend for the first time, you're going to want to pace yourself a little bit in this heat, I think, Tim, but it is Box Hill, and there's going to be 2 flyers coming from the back in Glenn Huntley and Nunawading, so certainly watch out for that.
So Tarabay, who is our young heptathlete, or pentathlete, looking good and just drawing alongside Madison King, the Glen Huntley runner. They are taking distance out of Rusmere, but Rusmere's running this really smart, Mitch. She's got the lead, so she can run that first lap quite relaxed, and let's see if she brings it home on the second. But Tarabay looking strong, the long loping legs there, Maddie Tarabay looking quite good in this under 16 event. But Rusmere looking comfortable, Mitch, but let's see how she goes on that second lap.
Yeah, she's looking really comfortable. I think another one to watch out for there is Madison King as well of Glen Huntley. She just goes on the outside of our heptathlete there from Nunawading. She's been able to bide her time, hasn't to do too much work, but she's going to want to try and get on the rail before we get around the bend. Rusmere, as you mentioned, has run this really, really comfortably. If she's got anything left with this last lap, she might be able to try and extend it again, but here comes King now. We're going to get the bell. It'll be interesting to see how it unfolds over this last lap. So it is Box Hill, Glen Huntley, Nunawading, Mornington, Diamond Valley. But at the front, let's see whether or not Hannah Rusmere can hold on to this lead as King now starts to peg it back a little bit around the bend, Tim.
Yeah, we are seeing Rusmere now respond. She knows, you can probably hear the footsteps coming. That's Maddie King in that next position. Tarabay just starting to lose a little bit of ground there. And I think we'll see Rusmere down this back straight, just starting to stretch it out.
Yeah, well, she's certainly got that 15-metre lead. She's been able to maintain it since we hit the bell. So 200 metres to go now. And I think Hannah Rusmere is just going to put her foot on the accelerator a little bit. So 15 metres has become 20. I'm not sure whether King has a response. It's all Hannah Rusmere and Box Hill. They got out to a very early lead as we start to see Mornington Peninsula start to peg it back. And I believe that is Declan Tanner. So Tanner might be able to get them up into a 3rd position here. But Hannah Rusmere, she bided her time incredibly well, looked incredibly comfortable through the first 400 metres, obviously backed her type of race, and there's a little bit of a kick down this home straight. So it is going to be Hannah Rusmere and this Box Hill team take out the women's under 16 Sprint Medley Relay. King just going to try and hold out Mornington Peninsula. So it's Box Hill, Glen Huntley, Mornington Peninsula, and Diamond Valley going to settle for, Nunawading settle for 4th place there. Diamond Valley comes through now, our B team of Mornington Peninsula too. And Glen Huntley really, really well flying there. As we see, Western A's come through and Doncaster behind them to round out our under 16 women's Sprint Medley Relay.
So 4:15.81, perfectly judged race there by Hannah Rusmere and the Box Hill Club to take out that first event of the State Relay Championships here for 2022. So if you turn your attention to the scoreboard, you'll see the top three teams there were Box Hill 4:15.81, Glen Huntly 4:20.36 held on to that silver medal position, and a barnstorming finish by Decky Tanner got Mornington into the bronze 4:21.25. So once again, we do require club helpers to make sure that our day runs very smoothly out there throughout the course of this Wednesday, Australia Day. And we require one helper now from Diamond Valley. Please check into the Kathy Freeman room. And we require, two from Glen Huntly. So we can have one from Diamond Valley.
So ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder, once you've completed your relay, can the top three teams please make sure they head down to the presentation area, which is located at the 50-metre mark of the main grandstand. So the first three teams from the first relay, Box Hill, Glen Huntly and Mornington, that's in the under-16 girls sprint medley. If you could please make your way down to the centre of the main grandstand for your medal presentation. Also at the finish line for athletes and also for members of the public, there is a misting station. You see the big red tent on the outer of the fence line. If you do need to get called, please be careful as you walk through. and if necessary we will put up a second misting tent outside the VAS a little later this afternoon. Please make sure you hydrate today. The weather at the moment is different to what the BOM has broadcast. Beautiful sunny day. Clouds are coming in around 2 o'clock this afternoon, so we'll keep you up with any weather changes. In the meantime, it looks like we're getting ready. We'll head back to the main commentary position with Tim and Mitch.
So next event on the track is the men's under 1600 metre sprint medley, and the teams are on the scoreboard. So being a final, let's announce those teams. So we have Glen Huntly in 1, Old Scotch in 2, Keolis and Bernards 3, in Chilwell, Athletics Chilwell in 4, Mornington Peninsula in 5, Glen Huntly in 6, Doncaster in 7, and Nunawading in 8.
And so we are underway here in the men's under 1600 metre sprint medley relay, and we have an absolute flyer on the outside there, and Glen Huntly through this first 200 metre leg, being able to pull away there from Mornington on the inside of them. Nunawading also on the outside off to a flyer, and our second Glen Huntly team on the inside too. So we'll see who changes here first, and it will be, much like our race before, the outer lanes. Glen Huntly is away, and so too is their B team. Nunawading, Doncaster and Mornington all change close, but it is all Glen Huntly on the outside here as we roll through in this second leg of the 200 metres, Tim. It seems to be a one-horse race right now.
Yeah, a lot can happen in these, and let's have a look. The Glen Huntly team looking strong. Nunawading coming through nicely. I think that's the Chilwell club also going well in the inside lanes. It's Keolis and Bernards coming in on them, but gee, they've got a good, maybe a 20 metre lead, maybe 25, but I think Chilwell next to go. On the inside, it could be the second Glen Huntly team looking very good, Mitch.
Yeah, well, the 1-2 punch, that'd be a very, very interesting way to start the day. As you mentioned, 20 metres, it's going to extend out to 30. So Nunawading and I think Keolis and Bernards are going to be the two teams to try and peg this back. The Glen Huntly B team starting to slip back just a little bit. Chilwell on the back of this pack, and they're coming like a steam train right now, Keolis and Bernards boys. So they're going to get right on the inside, 200 metres to go on this 400 metre leg. And I think it's going to be an absolute barnstorm, as you mentioned earlier, Tim, coming down to this final changeover.
Yeah, two very good runners here. Hayter for Keolis and Bernards, but watch out for Orenshaw from the Nunawading club. He ran Milers Club the other night in a beautiful race. He would not let anyone get past, and we're seeing a good run from him. But Hayter just showing a bit of strength here, and he's got the boys from Keolis and Bernards in the lead. Gee, they're coming home strong. It's going to be one quite clearly about 10 metres ahead. I think the next team to change was the Chilwell team, then Glen Huntly and Nunawading, but Nunawading just slipping beautifully across there to get into the slipstream of the Keolis and Bernards runner.
Well, that's it. If you're going to start wide, you need to get on the back of it. That's exactly how you do it. So textbook there from our Nunawading team. So he's going to slip right in behind Ethan Bloss of Keolis and Bernards. That is Oscar Wright of Nunawading, tucked in beautifully behind him. So too is going to be Alfie Lambert of Glen Huntly, and our Chilwell team in fourth place there, and Hugh Nucky not too far away. So Nucky's going to want to get on the back of this lead three, and I think we're going to see quite a few lead changes over the final 600 metres of this sprint medley relay. So we see a few of them chop and change around now. So it is still going to be Keolis and Bernards, Glen Huntly, Nunawading and Chilwell all bunched up in a pack of 4 through the first 300 metres of this, the 800 metre leg of the sprint medley relay. A few heads on a swivel looking around, seeing who's going to make the move. It is going to be our Athletics Chilwell. So Sidoritis as well of Glen Huntly goes right behind Hugh Nucky. As we hear the bell, it might be a race in two.
So Sideritis in a really good position there for Glenn Huntley, just tracking alongside Hugh Nucky. Little gap then to Oscar Wright. He's also an accomplished 800 metre runner. And let's just see how Ethan Bloss can respond to this. Doncaster starting to come through nicely here, courtesy of Jack Dalton. So lots of moves, but I think the front two, Mitch, are looking pretty strong.
Yeah, as we go up the back straight here, I think they're just going to keep extending this lead. So it might be this race in two between Nucky and Sideritis. Sideritis being the beneficiary on the back, and here we go, the slingshot effect. So Sideritis puts his head down and says, Nucky, if you want a piece of it, come grab it. So 180 to go. It is Sideritis. Look at the arms pumping. The gate on the legs opens up. And I have a feeling Glenn Huntley may just run away with this with 120 metres to go. So Sideritis, he just bided his time and waited for the opportunity, and it arose beautifully on the back straight. So Sideritis going to extend away. Nucky put up a valiant fight there for Athletics Chilwell, but it is going to be Sideritis, and Glenn Huntley is going to take out this men's under 16 Sprint Medley Relay. And a dominant performance over the last 200 metres. Salutes the crowd, Sideritis. Nucky going to come through there. Jack Dalton of Doncaster put them up into a third place position as well, as our old Scotch team makes their way through for fourth. Nuttawading for fifth. Keilor St Bernard's for sixth. Our second Glenn Huntley team for seventh place. And Mornington Peninsula going to round it out in a dominant performance from Glenn Huntley in the under 16 men's Sprint Medley Relay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the first presentation this morning is for the women's under 16 Sprint Medley. In third place in a time of 4:21.35, representing Mornington, Isabel Avendano, Sarah Hughes, Kyla Shawallo, Declan Tanner. Ladies, if you'd like to make your way up onto the third podium. In second place and silver medalist, Glenn Huntley, in a time of 4:20.36, represented by Julia Zidziva, Laura Wong, Jasmine Firth and Madison King. And in first place and gold medalist today, in a time of 4:15.81, representing Box Hill, Amelia Jarek, Sienna McDonald, Sienna Kurdian and Hannah Razmia. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your medalists in the women's under 16 Sprint Medley.
Yeah, so we've had a few absolute crackers to start off here, Tim. Two very quick races, under 16s, got absolutely flying. I was actually blown away by Lucas Sidoretti's just then. Never seen a bloke bide his time and execute perfectly like he just did.
Yeah, no, it's a good little move down the back straight, wasn't it? Just made the move when he needed to. Look, the other guys all put it up there. I liked that 400-metre legs too. That's where it was all set up. Good run by Hayter, the Kielce of Burners boy. So that's a name to watch out for. But also watch out for that young Ola Shaw as well from Nunawading. I saw a very good race from him at Miles Club the other night, and definitely one to watch out for.
Well, I'm pretty sure at Milers Club I was absolutely obsessed with the Ola Renshaw last name, so I'm glad I missed that. Otherwise, I would have absolutely butchered it. Yeah. But look, there looks like there's going to be a couple of crackers coming up. I wouldn't mind seeing some Kyrgios-type passion coming through the finish line here for a state title. But
well, we saw that with Sidoretti's.
Yeah, he did salute the crowd, didn't he?
The crowd, so it's good to see in the under 16s. The girls racing 2G, that Box Hill team just perfected that one. Got out early and then just let Razmir just do what she needed to do, which is just control the race from out front. But I thought Decky Tanner might come through for the silver, but just ran out of steam at the end.
Yeah, well, I've never seen a more perfectly executed 800-metre leg. Didn't panic when they started to hear the footsteps through the first 400, bided the time and blew it out with 200 metres to go. So that takes a little bit of class and maturity to be able to do something like that. So it was a great start to the proceedings here.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next presentation is for the men's under 16 Sprint Medley Championship of Victoria. In third place in the time of 3:59.06, representing Doncaster, Max McCool, Aidan Marasco, Christian Zapras and Jack Dalton. In second place and silver medalist in the time of 3:54.66, Athletics Chewell, represented by Guy McPherson, Guy Williams, Tobias Savin and Hugh Nucky. And in first place and gold medalist in the time of 3:50.97, Glenn Huntley, represented by Jackie O'Honnor, Nicholas Goodman, Brady Ryan and Luca Ceridius. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the men's under 16 Sprint Medley. All right, stand by.
So let's introduce our next event, which is the first of two time finals for the women's under 18 1600 metre sprint medley. In lane 2 we do have Mentone A, in 3 St Kevin's A, in 4 Maccabi A, 5 Glen Huntley A, and in 6 it is Doncaster A. So 5 teams, time final number 1 of 2, women's under 18 medley.
And so we are underway here in the women's under 18. Time final 1 of 2 for the Sprint Medley Relay. And it is going to be Glenn Huntley on the outside who makes an early start. On the inside of them, Maccabee Athletic Club. And so too, I believe that will be Mentone coming out of lane 1, who's going to try and push themselves up to try and change first. So as we get to this first change over the first 200-metre leg, I think it is going to be Glenn Huntley maybe just on the outside who changes first, closely followed behind by Maccabee. And so too Mentone. So Glenn Huntley seems to be absolutely dominating these early races as they get themselves around in a beautiful position here through the second 200-metre leg. And the rest of it you might be able to throw a blanket on right now as Doncaster makes their presence felt on the outside. But it is Glenn Huntley who I believe is going to change first into this 400-metre leg and hand it off to Amber Van Eed. So Van Eed gets it now. Mentone on the inside is the next to change.
I think
Now
Doncaster coming
Doncaster.
next, then Maccabi. Now we're seeing the St Kevin's team starting to come through. So it'll be interesting to watch as they come through the stagger, but I think we might see, courtesy of Bridie Hill, the St Kevin's team starting to make a bit of a move. But Glenn Huntley out comfortably, out by about 25 metres from Mentone. And as we're saying, I think just watch the train from St Kevin's here as they start to really wind it up.
Yeah, well, you just want to mind your space if you're Glenn Huntley out the front now. You don't want to get too sucked in or go out too hard as we saw in the previous races. But Glenn Huntley right now, and as Tim mentioned, this St Kevin's team is going to come home like a steam train as they move themselves up into second position now. So around the outside of Mentone, that is Bridie Hill. He's going to try and put themselves in a great position to pass off to Cleo Richardson. But it is Glenn Huntley. They still have that 15-metre lead heading into this final 800-metre leg. And Tanasha Santosh is going to hand it over for the 800-metre portion of this Sprint Medley Relay. So Glenn Huntley going to change first.
Santosh.
It is going to be St Kevin's, Maccabee and Mentone all very closely together into this last leg. But Santosh out there in front for Glenn Huntley now.
Yeah, so Santosh versus Richardson. Richardson really is chasing early, which is probably what she's got to do. She's got to put Santosh under pressure. The Maccabi runner, De Jong, going along very nicely at the moment in that bronze medal position. And I don't think we'll see too much change from there. Now it's going to be, the interest will be who can get that gold medal. So Richardson is settling nicely. Santosh looking beautiful out front. She's just got to try and control that and put the pressure on for Richardson to chase.
Yeah, well, I reckon you want to try and blow it out a little bit here. You don't want to give them too much of it. You almost want to snap that elastic band and break the spirit if you can. Santosh looking incredibly comfortable out in front, so Claire Richardson does have a little bit of work to do. Emma De Jong also the beneficiary of just being able to sit a couple of metres off Claire Richardson and see whether or not she can fly in the final 450 metres of this. But it is Tanasha Santosh looking incredibly comfortable. That lead hasn't been chipped away at yet as she's about to hear the sweet, sweet sound of the bell. So 400 metres to go. Glenn Huntley, Cleo Richardson of St Kevin's and Emma De Jong of Maccabee going to try and do the chasing with 400 metres to go here, Tim.
Now remember, it is a time final, so we'll have all eyes on that clock when they finish, and we'll try and give you some intel on how the teams, the first three teams especially in this one, do go. So I can't see any change out front there at the moment, Mitch. I think Glenn Huntley probably looking strong unless Richardson can really fire up on that last 200. With Santosh going through, she's got about a 20-metre lead.
Well, 20-metre lead, 200 metres to go, 32-degree heat. That is a hard one to peg back. She has done it on her own as well, Santosh, so obviously knows how to race the 800 the best way she possibly can. 180 on it now, and it's still maintaining that 20-metre lead. Evan might blow out to 25 at the moment. So Tanasha Santosh going to come down, 100 metres to go. Glenn Huntley is probably going to take out this first of two-time finals in the women's under-18 Sprint Medley Relay. Cleo Richardson doing a lot of the work there for St Kevin's, Emma De Jong behind her, but Glenn Huntley's going to be able to hold on in this first time final at the hands of Tanasha Santosh. So Santosh going to bring it down and watch the clock, and we'll see how fast it is stopped at. As Santosh going to take it out with a 4:13 on the clock. Cleo Richardson, a very, very admirable 800 metres to bring it home there. St Kevin's in second, Maccabee in third at the hands of De Jong. So these three teams obviously have their hands on the medal right now. But we do have one more heat of ladies who can take it away from them as Mentone comes down the final 100 metres here. The women's under-18 Sprint Medley Relay. It'll be interesting to see what the times come up with on the board as Mentone comes down to greet the line. And now Doncaster team entering the final straight here.
So approximate times, according to my little stopwatch, 4:12.61, 4:18.58 and 4:21.64. We will wait for the official times, but we're looking at 4:12, 4:18, 4:21, thereabouts, the current 3 medaling clubs.
Just a reminder for all of our team and club managers today, if you do want to make changes, you have 75 minutes to make those changes before the advertised start time of your event. If you are late and you get to 30 minutes beforehand, unfortunately we cannot make any changes. So they're in the competition rules. We've been making announcements all day, so please do not fall foul of that rule. You can move to the landing under the main grandstand to make those changes. It is important that you put the order of your athletes, and that order must be how they appear in each of the relays. And if that order is not correct, you may in fact be disqualified. So that's under the rules. We don't want to sound like we're tyrants, but it's fair for everyone that way. So you have 75 minutes to make those changes. We'll make sure we repeat during the day, but 75 minutes for club and team managers to make changes.
So let's go to the time final number 2 of 2, the women's 1600 metres sprint under 18 medley relay. We do have in lane 2 Geelong Guild, lane 3 Ballerine, in lane 4 Diamond Valley, in lane 5 Mornington Peninsula, lane 6 Box Hill, and in lane 7 Western Athletics. Time to beat 4:13.02, second 4:19.04 and 4:22.13, currently third.
So number 2 of 2 here in the women's under 18 sprint medley relay. Keep in mind 4:13.02, 4:19.04 and 4:22.13 are the times we're looking to beat here. And it is going to be Box Hill, I think, on the outside there, who's going to try and change first for this first 200 metres. It is widening out, though, as we speak. So interesting to see who does change over first. Geelong Guild on the inside as well. And they will be the first to change. So Box Hill just a fraction behind Geelong Guild in lane 1. So lane 1, lane 8, we've got the bookends dominating this first 200 metres of the race. And I believe it may be Geelong Guild on the inside. I know looks can be deceptive. So Box Hill on the outside, Western A's on the inside of them. Geelong Guild, or is it Bellarine? So Box Hill going to change first. Geelong Guild, Western A's as we get into this 400 metre leg. Mornington, Bellarine and Diamond Valley.
So going into the 400, about a 4-second differential as they, at that changeover. So as we see Box Hill coming across.
Karen can come in at 50%.
So Geelong Guild just stepping along nicely at the moment, but Box Hill out by about 20 metres as they go through the 200 metre mark of this 400 gap. Back then to the Western Athletics team, then Bellarine, and then Mornington and Diamond Valley. But out front, not a lot has changed as we see once again the Box Hill Club just controlling out front. Geelong Guild battling on nicely. It's going to be a very interesting last 800 here. We're going to see Sophie Coltish from Guild up against Cushy Diol from the Box Hill Club.
They've maintained it well here, Box Hill, so they will hand it off to Diol, who's ready to go. In this, the final leg. So Diol gets the baton, and so too does Coltish. There's a little bit of a gap here back to our Western A's team, and closely followed there is Bellarine, and Greta Jones will be getting the baton for the Bellarine Club. But it is going to be Cushy Diol. He's going to try and make her presence felt pretty early. She's going to try and stretch this out from Sophie Coltish as best we can. This is probably the first time we've seen that really happen here, Tim. Everyone seemed to bide their time, but Cushy Diol says, no, I don't have any time for that. I'm going to try and stretch it out. So 15-metre gap back to Sophie Coltish. So we see our Bellarine team move up into third place there. So keep in mind, this is the second of 2 timed finals. It'll be interesting to see how they pan out at the end. But it is Diol. Coltish maybe starting to edge it back a little bit, Tim.
Yeah, Sophie's just going along quite nicely. Cushy just showing a little bit of signs of weakness. She comes into this home straight the first time. Coltish is taking some distance out of her. This could be a very big last lap, but remember it's going to be all about time. So 4:13.02 currently in the gold medal position, and 4:22.13 currently in bronze. Let's see what Diol can do here. She hears the sound of that bell as we see Sophie Coltish just bearing down.
Well, 2:59 on the clock, so it's certainly within the realm of possibility as we see Coltish. A little bit of a game of cat and mouse at the moment, so Coltish just gets right up on the back, and she's going to move right around on this bend. So Coltish going to try and make it a race of her own. Diol may be able to try and hang on best she can with 300 metres to go. The pinch might be felt in the legs. Coltish going to try and stretch this out. 1 metre quickly has become 5. So Coltish, Diol. Not done with that, though, I will say, Diol. She's going to try best to hang on up the back straight. Bellarine in third position there. Western A's closely followed, but 200 metres to go. Coltish, Diol. Maybe a little bit of fight left in Diol here, Tim.
Yeah, it's not over yet. So Coltish did the right thing, went straight round, but has she paid for that? As we see Diol now coming along on the shoulder. So this could be very interesting. Time check 3:43 as they're coming through past the water jump for the last time. So Diol takes the lead again. Can Coltish respond?
Well, Diol puts her head down. She was able to hold on to the back of Coltish, which is exactly what she needed to do around the bend. Can Coltish do it to her now? So Diol opens up a little bit of gap on the inside for Sophie Coltish. Coltish going to try and take advantage of it. She gets right on the edge of Diol. Diol goes to the arm. Coltish goes to the heart and just pumps it away here in the final 15 metres. Look at the clock, a 4:12 on the clock. We'll have to wait for the official time, but Sophie Coltish, I mentioned the game of cat and mouse, and that's exactly what it became over the final 400 metres there. So Geelong Guild edges out Box Hill. Brave running there from Diol as our Bellarine team is going to come through for third here in the second of the time final, outside of that third bronze medal position. But what a race at the front as we see Bellarine come down now. Mornington, Diamond Valley, and Western A is going to see it out. So we'll have to wait for that official time, Tim, but I think it's going to be very, very close for that gold medal.
Could it be any closer, Mitch? That was a sensational running by both Diol and Coltish, but Sophie just having that engine in the last couple of metres to just get over the top, and that could have been the gold medal winning move, but we will wait for the official timing to come through. So still nervously awaiting the official results from that event, but I believe there could be less than a second between first and third in that very exciting time final for the under 18 women's 1600 sprint medley.
So ladies and gentlemen, we do apologise. We have a technical issue with our meet manager file, so we're not getting results up on the scoreboard. But I can confirm the results from the two previous heats in the under 18 women's sprint medley. First, and our gold medalist will be Geelong Guild from heat number 2. Second, Glenn Huntley, who finished first in heat number 1. And third will be Box Hill from heat number 2, who finished second. That medal presentation will happen after this next track event.
And let's introduce that next event, which is the men's under 18 sprint medley relay. We have 8 teams. In lane 1, we've got Glen Huntley B. Lane 2, Ballerine A. In 3, it's Mentone. In 4, Glen Huntley A. In 5, Frankston. In 6, Keelos and Bernards. In 7, Old Scotch. And in 8, Ballerine B. So 8 starting teams in the men's under 18 1600 metre sprint medley relay. So good start there from the Old Scotch runner out in 7. Also in the middle lanes, Glen Huntley off to a nice flying start. So coming through beautifully, 2 Keelos and Bernards. I'd say KSB might have the lead. Old Scotch to the outside of them. So as they come in to the home straight first time round, and Glen Huntley making a little bit of a move. That is the A team. So Glen Huntley on the stagger. They'll have the lead here. KSB probably in second still, I would say, but Ballerine starting to move through nicely as well. Old Scotch changing. So Glen Huntley out to a clear lead now. So Glen Huntley, KSB, Ballerine A there in lane 2. They're our top 3 as they start to go through the cones and come across the track, and it gets quite clear now as we can see the lined up order here, and it is Glen Huntley out by 20 metres. KSB moving nicely. Ballerine just biding his time there. Gap then to Old Scotch. Mentone making a flyer down the outside. So 200 out for our 400 metre runner from Mentone, and that is Valentino Bertucci. So Glenn Huntley digging in hard here, trying to give as much time as possible. This is a straight final, so the winner will take home the gold. Ballerine finishing nicely there, and that's courtesy of Jacob Smith. But let's have a look at the clock here. 1:37 as they go through, so it's about a 2-second gap then to Ballerine. KSB in next position. Bertucci hands over now for Mentone. Old Scotch goes through. Frankston, Glenn Huntley B and Ballerine B. But out front, still the team from Glenn Huntley. Kevin Zhu leading the way. The Ballerine runner there, Declan Foley. And then from KSB, we have Dylan Egaduarte. So an accomplished 800 metre runner, Egaduarte, and I think you'll probably take the scalp here of Foley. So Egaduarte just starting to get moving 200 into this 800 metre journey. Gap then to the Old Scotch runner, and that's Nathan Munro. But out front, Sue, representing Glenn Huntley, just has a little peek over the shoulder to see where they are, and you'll see that Egaduarte is starting to take some ground on him. So about a 20 metre gap still. Kevin Zhu, Glenn Huntley leads it. Egaduarte from KSB. Then we have Foley from Ballerine holding on from that position on the dais at the moment, but Munro would like to get that Old Scotch team up there, and from Frankston we see them starting to make a little bit of a move here, and that's Joel Stapleton. So Zhu, I think, just drawing away a little bit here. Egaduarte's got to get a move on down this back straight if he wants to get that gold medal. And I think we're going to see some action here for the bronze as Munro is just taking step by step a little bit of distance out of Foley. But don't disregard Foley. He's got a big heart. 200 out, and Egaduarte does start to make a little bit of a move. Zoo's still got 15 metres up. Gap of 25 back to Foley from Ballerine, and then Munro is winding up beautifully. Into the home straight now. Egaduarte is getting a bit of a move on here. This could be a big finish here if Egaduarte can sprint that last 100, but Zoo just fires up again. Can Egaduarte get over the top? Let's see. The crowd's starting to really get into this as Zoo is just holding, but he's tiring. Has a look round. Egaduarte probably doesn't have the legs, and a win to Glenn Huntley there. Kevin Zoo takes it and salutes the crowd. Egaduarte, beautiful run there. He'll come through for the second, and then Foley hangs on beautifully. So the Ballerine team will be on the podium there in this men's under 18 sprint medley. So Old Scotch next, Frankston, Glenn Huntley B, Mentone and Ballerine B will round out the field. So if we draw our attention now to the scoreboard, and we see, as I said, less than 1 second separating the three teams there. Very exciting women's under 18 sprint medley. Geelong Guild taking it out for 12.73. Glenn Huntley 4.13.02, and in third position getting the bronze medal 4.13.19 to the club of the team from Box Hill. Presentation for that will be a little bit later because some of those girls will be doubling up into the Opens. And now if you do have a look at the scoreboard, you'll see the men's under 18 results up as well. Glenn Huntley taking the win, 341.35, not far behind. Keelis and Burners 342.00. Ballerine A 348.13 in the bronze medal position. Presentations for that will be taking place fairly shortly.
And just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, if you are looking for the results, head to the Athletics Victoria homepage and click on Results Hub. They'll have all the start lists and results now that we're back up and operational. And if you are intending to stay for Zatopek this evening, everyone is entitled to enter before 5 p.m. without charge. And then at 5 o'clock, we'll be commencing our ticket sales. For those athletes competing in the finals of the Open 4x100s and also the finals of the Open 4x400 metres, you will be able to enter after 5 o'clock. Your names are on the gate. We've sent you information about your requirements for the 4x1s and 4x4s. If you do have any questions, please make sure you come up to administration and we will do our very best to make sure we provide you with all the information required for tonight. We do encourage everyone to please stay. This is the 61st edition of Zatopek this evening in 2022. It's actually the 2021 running of the event, and as Tim Crosby knows, we were at Box Hill last year. Back to Lakeside, there are some sensational fields in not only the men's and women's Open at 10,000 metres, which is also the Championship of Australia, but also the under 20 Tim men's and women's Ondieki and D Castella fields are pretty hot over that 3K distance.
Certainly are, Glenn, and we're really looking forward to a pretty good program tonight and some great performances, both senior and junior.
Not to mention the men's and women's 800 and also the men's and women's 1500. They are area permit events, so they qualify for D points on the World Athletics table. And so far, we're very fortunate the fields are staying together. A lot of COVID transmission happening. Touch wood, we will be able to maintain our fields for this evening. So looking forward to that. But just a reminder, if you are feeling a bit warm, head down to the AV misting tent, which is the red tent just near the finish line. Of course, please make sure you slip, slop, slap and stay out of the sun and hydrate. It's going to be pretty warm today, 32 the expected top. Sea breezes from the east-southeast, Tim, coming in around 2:30, 3 o'clock. Potential chance of a storm. But our competition director, the one and only Tony Rocket Williams, will be making sure that everything is safe as houses.
At the moment, Glenn, we are witnessing what we call a lovely hot day here in Melbourne. Certainly not a stinker, and we're seeing that with the performances, aren't we, Mitch? Things are going really well, the first few events here, as we cast our eyes onto the track, because we will have the first of our Open events soon, and that is the Women's Open Sprint Medley. So just before we start this next event, event number 7, the under 16 women's 4x100 metre relay.
was due to have heats at 12:25. Those heats now have been cancelled, so insufficient clubs have checked in to run heats. That is the women's 4x100 metre under 16 championship. That will proceed to the final, and the final will be held at 3:20 this afternoon. So repeating, the women's under 16 4x1, no heats required, straight to a final at 3:20 this afternoon.
So as mentioned, the first of our Open Championships on the track ready to go, and it is the Women's Open Sprint Medley over 1600 metres. 7 competing teams, all will be A teams unless nominated. Lane 2, Glen Huntly B. Lane 3, it is Box Hill. In Lane 4, Doncaster. Lane 5, Glen Huntly. In 6, Nunawading. In 7, Geelong Guild. And in 8, Athletics Essendon. So 7 teams, the Women's Sprint Medley Open Championship of Victoria.
Stand by.
And so we're underway here in the Women's Open Sprint Medley Relay. And there are some absolutely fast weapons out on the track right now. It is Essendon on the outside, going to make an early break of it. So too Doncaster through the middle. And this is the first 200 metre leg. So it's always a hard one to tell up the back straight. We'll wait and see how they change over here. So the first changeover is going to go the way of Doncaster, I believe, through the middle. Essendon on the outside. So too Glen Huntly B on the inside. Glen Huntly A as well. Through this, the first 250 metres. I think it's Doncaster who's going to get out to an early lead through the middle of the track. In lane 7 there is Geelong Guild, and the inside of them is Glen Huntly A. So these 3 teams are going to try and take over. Box Hill as well behind them there. So Doncaster Tim's going to change over first here at the 400. Glen Huntly, Geelong Guild and Box Hill.
Yeah, I think watch for the Box Hill team to come through now. So Doncaster's got a nice little lead, but they're not much up on the stagger. Just to the outside of them, it is O'Brien now from Glen Huntly, and she is starting to make a move, and we're going to see, I think O'Brien might slip into the lead fairly shortly as they come through the cones and come across. And it is Glen Huntly runner just edging to the outside and moving into the lead.
She did it pretty comfortably there to get to the front as well, and it's not only get to the front, it's extend the front. So it is going to be at the hands of O'Brien. Starts to stretch away from our Doncaster team. Behind them there, Geelong Guild, Box Hill, and I believe Glen Huntly B as well. So Glen Huntly certainly showing up in numbers here at the Victorian Relay Championships. But it is going to be Glen Huntly A. Doncaster now starting to make a little bit of attack on the outside as they swap over. It's going to be Backer who's going to get it for Doncaster. Losty who's going to get it for Glen Huntly. And for Geelong Guild, it's going to be Michael. So off we go now. Glen Huntly just in front of Doncaster. Geelong Guild not far away, and Box Hill now gets it. Glen Huntly B and Nunawading about to change over, but at the front of the race, Doncaster, Glen Huntly. Can Geelong Guild just try and get on the back as quickly as possible and benefit from the 2 pulling them along? And Box Hill got a little bit of work to do there in 4th.
Gee, that was a spirited finish by the Doncaster team there to get back in a good position, but Losty now just striding out down the back straight and looking good. Geelong Guild still holding that 3rd position. So remember, this is a straight final, so they're running for the gold, silver and bronze, and it's looking like the Glen Huntly team are certainly starting to make their claim for that gold medal.
Yeah, well, Kiara Losty's certainly going to make a race of it early. She started behind our Doncaster team, and that extends out to 10-15 metres now. So the one who's going to chase, I believe, is going to be Michaels. And Backer still right on the back of that. But it is Kiara Losty, as you mentioned. This is a final here for our Women's Open Sprint Medley Relay. And it's currently being led in dominant fashion by Kiara Losty. So Losty's been able to extend away and starting to come through in our 4th and 5th place position is going to be Glen Huntly B and Box Hill. So certainly watch for the medals there. So Kiara Losty gets the bell now. Glen Huntly in a commanding lead. Geelong Guild, Doncaster, Glen Huntly B and Box Hill.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if we might get two Glen Huntly teams on the podium for this one. That'll get the team or the club looking very strong. But look at McKinley. She's really winding it up, coming alongside Backer now. So Glen Huntly 1 and 3. Just splitting them at the moment is Geelong Gill. But I wouldn't be surprised if we've got a 1-2 here for the Glen Huntly club, as we see Amy McKinley, very accomplished over 800 metres, really starting to take some distance out of Michaels out front there in the second position. So Losty still looking good, 200 out. Let's put the glasses down on Glen Huntly A now. They've got this title, and the interest will be, can Michaels hold off the baby blue team there with McKinley coming down on her at the moment?
Well, I have a feeling we might see the 1-2 punch right on the outside of the shoulder there for Geelong Gill, but it is Kiara Lossie. You just said put the glasses down, because Glen Huntly A is certainly going to be the one to take it out. Let's see whether or not Glen Huntly B can finish off that fairy tale 1-2 punch. So Kiara Lossie, she did the work early. She was able to blow them away, and they're going to come down and take the lead on the outside now. Let's see if McKinley can move her way around Michaels. McKinley just starts to edge ahead. So the 1-2 punch, don't rub your eyes. It's not a fairy tale, it's a fantasy. The 1-2 punch for Glen Huntly. Losty's going to take it out. McKinley able to put it on their back. Michaels did well to hold on for third. And that is phenomenal racing by the Glen Huntly Athletic Club. Doncaster comes through for fourth. Box Hill for fifth. And I'd love to know how many 1-2 punches you see at a Victorian Relay Championship. And Glen Huntly's just done it there.
Yeah, but hats off to Michaela Michaels. She wasn't going to give that one away easily and really made McKinley fight for that silver medal. So great performances there in the women's Open medley, Sprint Medley Relay.
The next medal presentation will be for the men's under 18 sprint medley. In third place and bronze medals today in a time of 3:48.13. Please congratulate Bellarine, represented by Joshua Payne, Ace Pitt, Jacob Smith and Declan Foley. In second place and silver medalists today, Keelos St Bernard's in a time of 3:42 exactly, represented by Max Basutil, Razak Baba, Samuel Scadella and Dylan Egadawati. And in first place today, our gold medalist Glen Huntly in a time of 3:41.35, represented by Lachlan Mariner, Jordan Drescher, Luke Goff and Kevin Zhao. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists.
So just an announcement for the men's under 16 4x100. That will proceed to a straight final at 3:25 p.m. So the heats at 12:35 have been cancelled, and the men's under 16 4x100 will now be a straight final at 3:25 p.m.
So this is a call for the following teams in the Women's Open Sprint Medley. If you could please make your way down to the presentation area. So we do need Glen Huntley team number, or team A, please. We also need Glen Huntley team B and Geelong Guild. If you could please make your way down to the presentation area. We'll make the medal presentations and let you get back to your cool down. And just a reminder, we do have the misting tent, which looks like it's being well used, down at the finish line. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next presentation is for the Women's Open 1600 metre Sprint Medley. In third place and bronze medalist, will you please congratulate Geelong Guild in a time of 4:13.98, represented by Sophia Powers, Alexandra Tarr, Sarah Riddell and Michaela Michaels. In second place and silver medalist today, Glen Huntley Team B in a time of 4:12.85, represented by Jennifer King, Isabella Hollands, Sophia Morrissey and Amy McKinley. And in first place and gold medalist Glen Huntley in a time of 4:08.62, represented by Emily Catty, Julia Phillips, Genevieve O'Brien and Ciara Losty. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists.
So next event on the track is the first of two-time finals for the Men's Open Sprint Medley Relay. In time final number one, we have 5 competing teams, and they are Ivanhoe, Ivanhoe in 3, Casey Cadinia in 4, Glen Huntley B in 5, Athletics Essendon in 6, and Mentone in 7.
So we are off and racing in the first of two time finals here in the men's Open Sprint Medley Relay. And it is Mentone on the outside, who's going to try and get off to an absolute flyer. Casey Cardinia in the second lane there as well, going to try and change over pretty quickly here. So we'll see how they pan out through the first 200 metres. And I think it is going to be Mentone with just the nod over the top of Casey Cardinia. Ivanhoe as well on the inside, changed pretty fast there through the first 200 metres. As you start to see some of our fastest and finest make their way around the bend now. So it is Mentone on the outside. He's going to try and stretch the lead a little bit. And it is Casey Cardinia, Ivanhoe, Essendon and Glenn Huntley. So as we get down to this second changeover, looks can be deceiving, but I do believe it will be Mentone, Casey Cardinia, Ivanhoe, Essendon.
So Casey Cardinia is starting to come through in that middle lane now, just starting to take the stagger over Mentone. So we'll see a new leader as they come through and cross through the cone. So Casey Cardinia, then Mentone, Ivanhoe, gap then to Essendon and then Glenn Huntley. And that's the B team.
Well, you go, Tim.
So nice little extension of the lead there for Casey Cardinia, setting up for Lockie Hurd to take the baton into that last leg, the 800 metres. The Mentone runner will be Alexander Gibson, who ran very nicely last Thursday night at Milers Club, but Hurd was on pacing duties that night, and we'll probably have to remind Lockie Hurd he's not pacing tonight, he's racing. Sorry, today. So Casey Cardinia, but it's Ivanhoe coming through. So yeah, a bit of a surprise team here from Ivanhoe. Bit of an ups there on the changeover there for Casey Cardinia, but Hurd now off on his way. Ivanhoe, then Gibson for the Mentone club. Gap then to Essendon and then Glenn Huntley B.
Yeah, well, Lockie Hurd's a pretty handy 800 metre runner just to have in your back pocket to close it out. So Hurd's going to try and stretch it. I'm still yet to see his feet touch the ground. He just seems to glide over an athletics track, Lockie Hurd. So Hurd's going to lead it out. It's going to be Owen Dumsday, closely followed there by our Mentone team with Alexander Gibson going to bring it around. So Lockie Hurd just seems to be doing what he needs to do through the first 250 metres of this 800 metre leg. And he's looking incredibly comfortable out in front. Ivanhoe, Mentone, the two teams to follow up behind them. Glenn Huntley and Essendon a little bit further off the pace, but it is Lockie Hurd. And I can confirm his feet have finally touched the ground. So Lockie Hurd gliding his way down this home straight. Ivanhoe not too far behind him. Mentone with the bell to go. Lockie Hurd trying to put this team on his back and get them through. Remember, it is timed finals, so the faster you go, the more likely you are to win. As Mentone now comes around the outside now at the hands of Alexander Gibson. So Owen Dumsday going to have to try and just latch onto the back and get pulled through. But Lockie Hurd, 30 metres has quickly become 50, and it might even become 70 yet.
So good move there by Gibson, just timed that perfectly, coming across and outside of Dumsday to take into second position. So remember, as Mitch said, all about time here. So Lockie Hurd closing into that last 200. He's really got to start to get those legs moving and go for every second he can get, because the other teams will be coming at them in time final number 2. So Gibson now extending out to about 10 to 15 metres over Ivanhoe. Jack Four from Glenn Huntley, he's run a very good 800 metres here. So let's not forget the Glenn Huntley runner in the B team, and I think he might, he might even run himself into that third position this time final number 1. But it's all Lockie Hurd, Mitch. Good running from the experienced runner from Casey Cardinia. Let's have a look at what the time is when they go through.
So Lockie Hurd about a 3:30 on the clock there, as we see an absolute flying finish from Alexander Gibson. So Gibson, and as you mentioned there, Jack Four has run a beautifully timed 800 metres to put his team in the third position. And Ivanhoe comes through for 4th with Owen Dumsday. So Lockie Hurd just absolutely extended away, as we mentioned, the Class 800 metre runner of the field, and has put that Casey Cardinia contingent in a great position to take it out here as Essendon comes down to the line. And the first of 2 time finals is complete. We'll wait and see what happens in the next one.
So
ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just an announcement in relation to the women's under 18 4x100 metres. There are now no heats required. Again, clubs did not check in to warrant heats. So the women's under 18 4x1 will proceed to a final at 3:30 this afternoon. My apologies, Tim, for interrupting what was going to be a brilliant piece of commentary.
Well, it was just an update on times, GT. But anyway, from that one, the approximate time is 3:30 for Casey Cardinia, 3:39 there for the Mentone team, and 3:45 for for the Glen Huntly B team. So they're the times to beat. Time final number 2.
So results from heat number 1 are up on the board. Casey Cardinia, official time 3:30.98. Mentone second 3:39.79. Glen Huntly 3:45.75. So Tim, time to beat 3:30.98 in timed final number 2 to chase that gold medal down in the men's Open Sprint Medley.
And which teams do we think could do it? I think Geelong Guild looking good here. Glen Huntly A also coming out. Matthew Goff being the 800 metre runner there. Also, let's watch out for Doncaster and Nutter Wadding. So let's intro the time final number 2 of 2 men's Open Sprint Medley. And in lane 3 we do have the team from Sandringham, lane 4 Geelong Guild, lane 5 Glen Huntly, lane 6 Doncaster, and in lane 7 Nutter Wadding. So 5 teams, time final 2 of 2 men's medley sprint open.
And so time final 2 of 2 is underway. So as we mentioned, 3:30.98 is the current gold medal position held by Casey Cardinia. And Nutter Wadding on the outside is going to be the first one to chase it. So Nutter Wadding in lane 8 off to an absolute scorching start. As we see Doncaster, Glen Huntly and Geelong Guild not too far behind. So Nutter Wadding on the outside, Geelong Guild changed over second, Glen Huntly, Doncaster and Sandringham. But it is all Nutter Wadding on the outside right now, with Glen Huntly starting to put up a little bit of a challenge. Geelong Guild as well, just on the shoulder of them. So as they change over, it'll be closer than you think. But I do believe it is going to be just Nutter Wadding ahead of Glen Huntly and Geelong Guild. So Glen Huntly, as GT's in my ear, he called it from a mile out. So obviously I've been very wrong. So Nutter Wadding, Glen Huntly and Geelong Guild into this 400 metre leg, and they are flying.
So as they come across, it will be the Glen Huntly team that just slides in front there. Nutter Wadding will just get the sit, and that allows Geelong Guild just to draw up, and I think they will, which sets it up nicely for Perdrusat over that last 800 metres. But it is the Glen Huntly team looking good. He'll be handing over to Matt Goff. He's been running well over the 800, but so too has Perdrusat. Vernal will be taking the baton for the Nutter Wadding team. As we see a nice close tussle here. Nutter Wadding's back in it again. They're going to the outside. Geelong Guild just fading a little bit, so Perdrusat might have a little bit of work to do, but let's just see how they change over here. Nutter Wadding will take the baton first, so Vernal will go first. Then we've got Goff to the inside. Perdrusat's got the baton now. He'll take the sit.
And so these three are going to try and work closely together. I think you've got an absolute grit and grind in Alan Vernal from Nutter Wadding as Perdrusat just goes around the outside of him. And Matty Goff. Well, we'll wait and see what happens over here. So these two might play a little bit of a game of cat and mouse, which we saw a little bit earlier. The two great 800 metre runners going to make their way up the back straight as we see the temperature hit 33 degrees. So they're certainly going to be feeling the pinch. You're going to want to time this incredibly well. So Perdrasat just sitting back a little bit, biding his time. Matty Goff, he says, you can do a little bit of the work of me, and if you can pull away well, I'll be impressed. So Goff going to lead it out from Perdrasat. Vernal in third. But it is these two out in front, so watch how it unfolds over the final 400 metres. Don't forget 3:30.98 is the current leader of this men's Open Sprint Medley Relay. And I reckon it's Perdrasat on the outside who might try and get around just before the bend, but Goff holds him out, so here comes the bell, 2:31 on the clock. Here we go, wind it up now.
So they needed 58 last lap, so they're going to have to work hard. They needed about a 1:56 to get the gold medal. Goff's just starting to stretch Perdrasat now. Bit of a gap then to Vernal, and Denning's just coming through for Sandringham in that fourth position. But they need about a 58 last lap, so Goff is the man looking good at the moment. Can Perdrasat just breach that gap as they're coming through 200 out?
We think the elastic band isn't quite snapped, so Matty Goff's done his best to try and do it, but Perdrasat's starting to dig a little deeper here. So Geelong Guild can see that gold medal starting to slip away potentially. Matty Goff trying to chase down that 3:30 on the clock as we watch it now as they come into the home straight. 3:14 on the clock, so it's certainly going to be close. Perdrasat on the outside starts to move now. He gets to feel the pinch over Matty Goff. So Perdrasat gets that big 6-foot frame moving. Look at the clock now, 3:26.27. And they're going to take it out here, Geelong Guild, potentially 3:29 unofficial. We'll wait for the official time. So it's Guild, Glenn Huntley, Matty Goff. He did his best to try and break Perdrasat, but he just came on the outside when it mattered. Alan Vernal now comes down. And as we see, Simon Glendenning, who broke the 2-minute barrier for the first time at Milers Club not so long ago, comes down for Sandringham as Doncaster enters the straight now. So we'll wait for the official time. But it's going to be very, very close like we saw earlier, Tim.
Certainly will be. I think Geelong Guild might get it. Perdrasat is stepping up that 800 beautifully as we see the Doncaster runner coming through to close out the men's Open Sprint Medley.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, next medal presentation will be from earlier for the under-18 women's sprint medley. This is during our technical issue, so we do apologise. We have the teams only in this result. In third place and bronze medalists, please congratulate Box Hill in a time of 4:13.19. In second place and silver medalists in a time of 4:13.02, Glenn Huntley. And in first place and gold medals today in a time of 4:12.73, please congratulate Geelong Guild. Ladies and gentlemen, these are our medalists in the women's under-18 sprint medley. So ladies and gentlemen, we have one more medal presentation in this section of today's program, which is the men's Open 1600 sprint medley. As mentioned earlier, a number of our 4x1 heats in the next part of the program are not required So we are back on at around 12:40, 12:45. We encourage everyone to stay out of the heat, grab some thing to drink, and if necessary, please head down to the misting station just near the finish line. Again, if you want to keep up to date, head to the ASFIC website and to Results Hub. That'll have all the information you need about today's program. And just a reminder, you are all welcome to stay for Zatopek commencing at 6 p.m. this evening. If you stay in the venue after the conclusion of the relays, you're not required to purchase a ticket. And those teams competing in the 4x1 and 4x4 can leave and come back at the designated time, and your names will be on the gate. And a reminder too that all current financial registered coaches with Athletics Victoria can get into Zatopek this evening free of charge. They just need to show their Athletics Australia accreditation. And if you don't have it, your name is on the gate. Please also remember that this is double vaccination heading into Lakeside Stadium, and we're complying with all the Victorian Government COVID rules, so please make sure you maintain your physical distance. If you can't, wear a mask. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the final presentation for this section of today's program is for the Men's Open 1600 metre Sprint Medley. In third place and bronze medalist in time of 3:30.98, Casey Cardinia, represented by Samuel Merrick, Parvinder Bajwa, Ferdinand Yamis and Lachlan Hurd. In the second place and silver medalist in the time of 3:30.31, Glenn Huntley Team A, represented by Chris Byron, Josh Stein-Ross, Azar Maofo and Matthew Goff. And in first place and gold medalist today in a time of 3:29.12, Geelong Guild, represented by Hayden Wolfson, Mason Potter, Finlay Kersop Cole and Joshua Perdrasat. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your medalists in the final of the Men's Open 1600 metre Sprint Medley. So a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the first part of our program with those heats not required. We'll be back at 12:45 at Lakeside Stadium.
So coming up, we do have our 4x100 metre relays, and if you are lucky enough to be competing in one, 15 minutes before the race, you do need to muster your way into those boxes on the infield. So from the right to the left, it's going to be number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. So 15 minutes before your race, do make your way in. Make sure you're ready to go as we're about to get underway in our 4x100 metre relay segment of the day. So as we do make our way to the 4x100 section of the day, do make sure that you are checking in 15 minutes before the race commences. On the inside there, you can see the 4 boxes that we have from the grandstand side, right to left, leg 1, 2, 3 and 4. Is the first one that's going to get underway is our under-18 men's 4x100, the women's 4x100 relay. The Open Victorian Championship will just be run tonight at the Zatopek as a straight final. At 6:55 p.m. for anybody interested, or everybody interested. So we're not too far away from our men's under-18 4x100. Again, not sounding like a broken record, but make sure 15 minutes beforehand you are in the herding station on the inside. We'll be underway soon.
So just about to get underway with our heats of the 4x100. We'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge a sad weekend last weekend with the passing of Gail Anderson. Certainly been a very big week for all of us at Athletics Victoria, but it's also pertinent to take this opportunity to spend a few moments reflecting on those people that we have lost this season. So we ask for a short 1 minute silence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and we take this opportunity to thank all of our Victorian officials and all of our club helpers today for their wonderful work during the season. Let's head now to Mitch for the introduction of our first 4x100 metre relay.
Thanks for that, Glenn. So we have our under-18 men, 1 of 2 here on the start line. Coming out of lane 2, Casey Cardinia. Lane number 3, Diamond Valley. Lane number 4, Glenn Huntley. Lane number 5, Western Athletics. Number 6 is St Kevin's. And rounding it out in lane number 7, Bellarine.
All music out.
We're underway here in Heat 1 of 2 with the men's under-18 4x100. Blink and you'll miss it. St Kevin's out to a flying start. Western A's on the... Oh, unfortunately, St Kevin's there. We see a hamstring. He's going to hobble to the line there. Western A changes over first. Glenn Huntley on the inside. Bellarine on the outside. And so too Diamond Valley on the inside. So St Kevin's able to pull it together. It'll be amazing if they can come back with this one. So Western A's, Glenn Huntley on the inside of those two. Changeover's clean there at number 2. Western A's on the outside. Glenn Huntley going to beg the question on the inside. Diamond Valley, the smoky out coming out of lane 2. So we'll see how they change over coming into this home straight. It is Western A's. The beneficiaries of the hamstrings of St Kevin's. So Western A's going to come down. Glenn Huntley on the inside of him. St Kevin's can push Glenn Huntley like a bullet out of a gun. He says, come and get it, boys, if you want some of it. Glenn Huntley going to take it out, number 1. St Kevin's, Western A's. I'll take that back. Glenn Huntley, Diamond Valley, Western A's, St Kevin's, Bellarine and Casey Cardinia rounding it out. And so first 3. So the top 2 in each heat plus the next 4 best times are going to be what progresses through to the final this afternoon. As we now await heat number 2 of 2 of the men's under-18 4x100 metres. From heat number 1, you can see on the scoreboard there, so it'll be Glenn Huntley and Diamond Valley, the 1-2 punch that will be going through to that final automatically. And the next 4 are going to be on the fastest times. Western Aths in 3rd, St Kevin's in 4th. An amazing recovery from the hamstring. Bellarine in 5th and Casey Cardinia rounding it out in 6th place. So on the track now is heat 2 of 2 for the men's under 18 4x100 metre relay. Coming out of lane 2 is Glenn Huntley B. Out of lane 3, Geelong Guild A. In lane 4, Bellarine A. In lane 5, Casey Cardinia A. In lane 6, Western Athletics A. And rounding it out in lane number 7, Glenn Huntley C.
So away from the second time of asking, 2 Glenn Huntley teams challenging at the moment on the outside. Glenn Huntley B, Western A's are out after the lead down the back straight. Let's check out the change. Change 1, not too bad. Western A's leading. Glenn Huntley B coming through in the middle is Bellarine, Casey Cardinia. Geelong Guild also in the mix, but Western A's putting their foot down into the second change. Not too bad. They've just got to get it around to the finish line. Western A's have got 40 metres at the moment. Bellarine making their mark into the second position. It's the first 2 that will automatically qualify next fastest 4, but Western A's coming home with a wet sail will take that auto qualifying position. Casey Cardinia moving into second, Bellarine third. So the first 2, Western A's and Casey, will move through to the final. 42.81, so nearly 3 seconds faster from the first heat. So very shortly we'll have the finalists up on the board in the men's under 18 4x100 metres. So results of heat number 2, Western A's 42.79. Don't need the photo finish judges to confirm that is the fastest time across the 2 heats. Casey Cardinia also moving into that final on 44.34. Bellarine will have to wait 44.87. But let's have a quick look, Mitch. Well, it's pretty close, so we'll just wait until photo finish come back with the results, and the final start list will be up on the board shortly.
Next event on the track will be the first of two preliminary heats of the men's 4x100 metre Open Championships. In lane 2 we have Geelong Guild B, in 3 Glen Huntly B, in 4 Keilor St Bernards, in 5 Dandenong Springvale, in 6 Old Melburnians, in 7 Sandringham, and in 8 Nunawading B. So they're the 7 starters in the first of two preliminary heats of the men's Open 4x100 metre Championship of Victoria.
And so we're underway in Heat 1 here of the Men's Victorian Open Championship for the 4x100. Wasua gets the flyer early. Looks like Old Melburnians on the outside. Sandringham not too far away. We'll see how we get the changeover. It's going to be clean there on the inside there. It's also Dandenong and Springvale. So Melbourne University, they're going to start to stretch it out on the back straight. We'll see who can get towards it. Keilor St Bernards not too far away. A clean changeover indeed for Melbourne. So they're going to try and extend it around the outside. Old Melburnians now, they're really starting to make their force felt. So Old Melburnians are going to change first, and they're going to change a mile ahead. Keilor St Bernards not far away. Sandringham too. So we'll see who can get that second automatic qualified, but the first one is locked away and locked up. Old Melburnians, oh no, we got another hamstring, and they've just come through the line. Keilor St Bernards second, Sandringham. So too is going to be Dandenong, Springvale, Nunawading on the outside, Geelong Guild and Glen Huntly. And so 3 races, 2 hamstrings. I don't like the odds of that. But they've made it through now, Old Melburnians. They're going to secure that first automatic spot. As we turn our attention, about to step onto the track will be Heat 2 of 2 from this men's Open 4x100. Keeping in mind, the teams that make it through to the final of this will be competing in the Zatopek tonight. So we see the results on the board here from Heat 1. Old Melburnians take it down into 42.27, and Keilor St Bernards also going to secure that second automatic spot to the final tonight with a 43.39. Sandringham, Dandenong, Nunawading and Geelong Guild all going to have to wait on time for the next heat, and Glen Huntly rounding it out there in number 7. So the next race on the track is going to be Heat 2 of 2 for this men's Open 4x100.
So let's run through heat number 2 of the men's open 4x100 metre heats. Just a reminder, the progression is the first 2 in each heat, the next fastest 4 will progress to the final later this evening during Zatopek 10. Lane number 2, we welcome Diamond Valley A, 3 Geelong Guild, 4 Mentone, 5 Casey Cardinia. In lane 6, Nunawading. In lane 7, Glen Huntley. In lane 8, Sandringham B time. That's the start list for heat number 2. So who's going to join Old Melburnians and Keelos and Bernard? So far a pretty even start. Probably Glen Huntley A starting to wind up. Nunawading on the inside, but Mentone, the best to get going up the first leg. Little catchy on the first change, but down the back straight. Nunawading flying after Glen Huntley at the moment. Mentone in third. So side by side change. Glen Huntley and Nunawading. Mentone coming into the picture. Then on the inside, Geelong Guild making it 4 across the track. Remember, it's the first 2 and the next fastest 4. In the middle in the yellow, Mentone firing. Glen Huntley coming back on the outside. Nunawading with a late sail, but Glen Huntley will take out heat 2. And Nunawading maybe in second. Nope. I'm going to call it from here. Mentone would have got that automatic qualifier. Nunawading right on the hammer in third. 43.23. So the time from heat number 1 from Old Melburnians was 42.27. We'll wait for the official time, but the winner of that heat looks like they will have the second fastest time. They'll proceed anyway, but that's how it panned out for the 2 heats, the 4x1. And a reminder, the final will be around 7 o'clock from memory in Zatopek later this evening. So the official results are coming through. Glen Huntley 43.21, Nunawading 43.43. These are unofficial, of course. So the results from heat number 2, Glen Huntley 43.21, Mentone 43.41. Wow, Nunawading 2/100ths of a second, 43.43. Geelong Guild 43.70. And we'll head back to the event and see the cumulative result. Stand by. So results on the board across the 2 heats. Old Melburnians, I got it right eventually. Keelos and Bernard, Sandringham, Dandenong, Springvale, Nunawading, Geelong Guild and Glen Huntley. As provisional, we're just waiting for our admin delegate to confirm that these results are official.
And so on the track now, we do have our men's 50 plus 4x400 metre relay final. Out of lane 2 is our Diamond Valley B team. In lane number 3, Doncaster A. In lane number 4, Keilor St Bernard's. In lane number 5, our A team from Diamond Valley. In lane number 6, Glen Huntly. And rounding it out all the way out there in lane number 7, Box Hill.
So cleanly away, and it's the Box Hill team. It looks like Stuart Dobrinsky off to a very nice start in the outer lanes. Also moving nicely, I'd say that would be the Diamond Valley A team. So Adam Scott down the back straight. Just to the outside of him, Michael Susan from Glen Huntly. And we drop back for Doncaster, Mark Purser. Greg Luck is in the B team for the Diamond Valley Club. And splitting there is Dominic McKenzie from Keilor St Bernard's, but out in the outer lanes. He's got to run that way all the way through. The crossover will be on the next leg. As we see Dobrinsky from Box Hill. He'll be handing over to Grant Murfitt. Diamond Valley moving nicely into that second position. They've taken the stagger over Glen Huntly, who sit third. Then fourth, we've got Doncaster, KSB in fifth, and Diamond Valley B. So nice change there. Murfitt now with the baton in his hand. Another 50 metres and he'll start to do the crossover. Now for 2, now moving for Diamond Valley. And Andrew McAvoy, the Glen Huntly runner, now in pursuit, but all Box Hill out front at the moment. So great running there from Murfitt, really moving nicely. 200 out now. I think Glen Huntly might do a little bit of a challenge here on the Diamond Valley A team, as we see McAvoy not going to muck around at all. He's going to go straight past Neoffa 2. Gap back then to the Doncaster runner there in Kilmartin. But into the home straight now, Grant Murfitt. He'll be handing over to Rob Mayston. Very accomplished over the 400 metres is Mr. Mayston. He's run this at World Championship level with great success, and we can see him just getting himself mentally prepared there. The hat is on backwards. He means business today, and Rob Mason's now got the baton, and away he goes. Glen Huntly into second position, but Neoffa 2 is fighting on nicely for Diamond Valley, just trying to reduce the gap. And it will be McAvoy to Ross John now, as Neoffa 2 now hands over to Darren Rudd. And Rudd is off to a flying start, but Mayston very controlled down that back straight. Doncaster now Kilmartin to dual Olympian Rod de Hayden, 2000 Olympics in Sydney. He came 23rd in the marathon and 28th in the marathon in Atlanta in 96. So great to see rowdy Rod de Hayden out there for the Doncaster club.
And does he like butter chicken?
But Mayston, he's got the 100 metre lead, and we have seen a change with the Diamond Valley A team, courtesy of Darren Rudd, moving into the silver medal position. Ross John for Glen Huntly still sitting safely there in third, as we see de Hayden 200 out. So Mayston hands over for the last one. It's Andrew Wilcox. I don't think Wilcox will get run down unless we see another hammy, and there's been a few of those this afternoon. But Wilcox looking good, as we see the Diamond Valley runner there, which is Rudd. He'll be changing over to Ivan Dodin, as it's now Kirkalonka from Glen Huntly. He's in the chase position. So de Hayden's made up a little bit of ground there. He'll be handing over to Graham Ford. But out front, 200 or less than 200 to go now. Andrew Wilcox from Box Hill. So Greg Moore coming through there. Also Andrew McKenzie. As we see Wilcox coming in for the Box Hill Club. Impressive display here in the over 54x400. So time check, geez, well under that 4 minute mark. So they've been splitting well under the 60 seconds for each runner. So great running for Box Hill, 3:49.80. That is something. A great run there from the boys from Box Hill. Sorry, the gentlemen from Box Hill. As we see Diamond Valley A, they've secured that silver medal. I can't see Golonka making up the gap there, so it'll be silver to the Diamond Valley A team. Ivan Dodin coming in now So they'll be splitting at about 62, 63 for each of those, and Golonka comes through, and Glen Huntley will claim that bronze medal. Looking up the track now, Ford coming through for Doncaster, and then a little bit of a battle between the KSB and also Diamond Valley B team.
Don't worry, we'll wait till this event.
Paul Mason coming through for
These are the old guys.
KSB and looking really, really good.
Yes, these are the 50 plus.
And Mark Tapping rounding out the team for the Diamond Valley B, but it will be Ford, I think, will probably get into next position. He does get there. Mason will be next for
I can see
KSB.
that coming through the stream, so
So they
I
can
think it's just being picked up through the.
concludes the men's 4x4 for the 50 plus. Great win there for Box Hill. Let's go to the next event on the track, which is the women's 40 plus 4x400 metre relay final. We have 3 starting teams in lane 4, Glen Huntly, lane 5, Athletics Chilwell, and in lane 6, Doncaster.
And so we are away and racing in our women's 40 plus 4x400. A field of 3 with Doncaster, Chilwell and Glen Huntly. And an early race leader looks like Wendy Smith of Doncaster on the outside, trying to move away from Donna Braden of Chilwell. With Victoria Haritos of Glen Huntly making her way up the back straight. So we'll see how this unfolds over the first leg in the 35-degree heat. So it is Wendy Smith, Donna Braden. They're going to fight it out over this first leg of the 40 plus 4x400. So as they make their way around, it is Donna Braden of Chilwell who just gets the edge over Wendy Smith coming into this home stretch. So Braden ahead of Smith, and Haritos making her way around the bend as well. But at the moment it is all Athletics Chilwell. As Braden starts to move away from Wendy Smith. So Donna Braden will be handing off to Jacinta Burns. The hand is out and she is ready to get underway on leg number 2. So Chilwell changes over now. Kate Downwood is going to receive it for Doncaster. A little bit of work to do as we move around the bend, but it's Jacinta Burns who really puts her foot on the accelerator early at the changeover. And Rosalind Walker about to take it for Glen Huntly. So as they make their way around, they wait to the green cones and will move straight onto the rail. And beautifully executed there by Jacinta Burns. So straight into it. Kate Downwood now moves inside to that lane 1 position. So 40 odd metres ahead is Athletics Chilwell from Doncaster. And Rosalind Walker of Glen Huntly. So too about to move into lane 1 along the back straight. So pretty well evenly spaced out here. Jacinta Burns going to be passing off to Karen Kirby, who is ready to go on the inside of the track down here. So Jacinta Burns makes her way around into the home straight now for the final time for Jacinta Burns. So she gets the arms pumping as she's excited to hand it off to Karen Kirby, who's ready to try and extend this lead of Athletics Chilwell. But it is Kate Downwood who's starting to get the wheels moving. She'll be handing off to Renee Reardon. So Reardon got a little bit of work to do as Karen Kirby now collects it for Chilwell. Reardon not too far behind. Fantastic finish there by Kate Downwood. So Reardon has the baton in her hand now, and she'll be chasing Karen Kirby. Into the stretch is Rosalind Walker of Glen Huntly. Lisa Derriman going to be the beneficiary of the baton for leg number 3. But as we enter the back straight, it is Karen Kirby who starts to stretch it out a little bit for Athletics Chilwell. Renee Reardon. The gap of 40 metres has stayed pretty consistent over these last 2 legs. And now we see Lisa Derrimond take it for Glen Huntly. So up the back straight, 200 metres to go in this, the 3rd leg of the women's 40 plus 4x400 metre relay. Karen Kirby with the lead, starting to tighten up a little bit. You think Renee Reardon might get a sense of that. So that 40 metre lead has quickly pegged back to about 30 now. So 150 to go in this 3rd leg. Karen Kirby going to try and hold out Renee Reardon, but the 30 metres is creeping towards 25, and Lisa Derriman is on the back straight as well. So it is Karen Kirby coming into this home straight, the 40 to 30 to 20, we'll call it 5 metres now. Renee Reardon on the outside starts to rev up and explodes away. So Reardon bided her time incredibly well here on the 3rd leg. She's going to be handing off to Laura McLennan. And Georgina Mervyn for Chilwell. So she's screaming for the baton on the inside of the track. But Laura McLennan, now's the time to try and move away. So McLennan has it. The arms are pumping. Georgina Mervyn desperate to get the baton. A great leg there by Karen Kirby. Hands it off now. So about 45 metres will have to be pegged back here in the final leg. And Georgina Mervyn looks like she's up for the challenge. So Mervyn has it now. McLennan going to lead them out. Changing over is Cara Gilbert. So Glenn Huntley on their way for the final leg. So Laura McLennan up the back straight. Going to have to hold out Georgina Mervyn. McLennan looking good. Mervyn certainly getting the wheels moving. 230 metres to go for Team Doncaster for a state championship here in the women's 40 plus 4x400 metre relay, but it's going to come at the steam train of Georgina Mervyn. So the lead changed on leg 3. We'll see if it changes on leg 4. Laura McLennan of Doncaster, 150 metres to go, 25 metres back, and moving quickly is Georgina Mervyn. So Georgina Mervyn, she can taste the gold medal ahead of her. Laura McLennan's going to have to try and hold it out, 100 metres to go. McLennan going to have to go to the arms. Georgina Mervyn only 10 metres away. McLennan certainly starting to feel the pinch, but pumping the arms. Mervyn came from a mile back. 25 metres to go. 10 metres in it. Mervyn might have the pinch. It's going to be Laura McLennan. She's going to hold on for a Doncaster team. Laura McLennan and Doncaster take out the 40 plus 4x4. Fast finishing Georgina Mervyn for second. And pumps the arms, and deservedly so. Doncaster takes out that event. Well done to Doncaster Chilwell, as Glenn Huntley at the hands of Cara Gilbert come down for that bronze medal. But what a finish. 2 lead changes, and it's going to stay in the hands of Doncaster for the women's 40 plus 4x400 metres.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next medal presentation is for the men's 50 plus 4x400 metre relay championship of Victoria. In third place and bronze medalists, you can see them behind the podium, itching to get their medal. Glenn Huntley A in a time of 4:16.52, represented by Michael Suzanne, Andrew McAvoy, Jamie Ross-John and Kurt Galonka. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 4:11.79 from Diamond Valley, Adam Scott, Spiro near Afitu, Darren Rudd, Ivan Doden. And in first place and gold medalist representing Box Hill in a time of 3:49.78, Stuart Dobrinsky, Grant Murfitt, Robert Mason and Andrew Wilcox. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the men's 50 plus 4x4 championship of Victoria.
So on the track now we have our men's 40 plus 4x400 metre relay, and they are ready and raring to go out of lane number 3. We have Diamond Valley in lane number 4, the men from Essendon, and out there in lane number 5 will be our team from Doncaster. So 3 teams here in the men's 40 plus 4x400 metre relay.
So cleanly away now in this men's 40 plus 400, and it's Firth on the outside there from Doncaster. We usually see him in the hammer ring, so it's good to see David out doing the 400. The inside of him, Mark Harper from Essendon and Paul Schofield from Diamond Valley. So no change in the stagger at the moment. If anything, Schofield maybe just drawing in there a little bit on Harper. Firth doing a great job in the outer lanes there for Doncaster. So through the 200 now. So splitting around the 27, so they're off to a pretty fly start here in this men's 40 plus 4x4. So Schofield moving nicely on the inside. Firth doing a great job in the outer lanes though for the Doncaster team. He'll be handing over to Adrian Paddy. And yep, once again the hat is on and the hat is backwards, so Paddy means business. So Firth striding out beautifully. Schofield still taking a little bit off the stagger there from Harper, but it will be the Doncaster team that'll change first. So Paddy's going to take it now. So they're up by maybe about 20 metres. It's a good start there. So fairly close now between the Essendon and Diamond Valley team. Diamond Valley going first. So it was Schofield to Cyrus Wong. And for the Essendon team now, Mark Giglio is out there. So Adrian Paddy, he'll do the crossover now. So once again, a distance runner stepping down to the 4x4. Great to see in this 40 plus category. Mark Giglio looking very strong as he's going down the back straight. Bit of a gap then to Cyrus Wong from Diamond Valley. So it looks like a race in two at the moment as we've got Paddy from Doncaster, Giglio from Essendon. Stride for stride, but the gap's still about 20 metres, so they come into the home straight looking to change over number 2. So similar to that last race, we're seeing Paddy recruit the arms to get those legs pumping away because he knows that Mark Giglio is coming. So it will be Paddy through to Mark Howard. So Howard's got the baton now. Then Troy Jardine from Essendon. So Mark Howard, good to see him out on the track. Having Jardine chase at the moment. Wong coming through now. He's changing over to Chris Boyne. So all three teams now on the third leg as we see Troy Jardine from Athletics Essendon starting to make the move there on Howard. So Jardine shoulder to shoulder now, 200 out, content to just sit, decided not to go. Maybe you'll see a bit of a spurt in that last 100. Jardine just holding it back. It is a straight final, remember, so gold, silver and bronze to be decided in this race. Halfway down the back straight, we have got Chris Boyne from Diamond Valley. Jardine to the outside now as they come into the home straight. This is his move. He'll be handing over to Brett Mora. And for the Doncaster team, Paul Murish will be taking the baton. So this will be a very exciting last lap. Will we see the drama we saw in the women's plus as Mora takes it, Murish next, so Mora is off and flying. Into the home straight now, we've got Boyne. He'll be handing over to Charles Jacobson, but it looks like Mora is very intent on just establishing a good lead down the back straight. So Brett Mora from Athletics Essendon, he's putting the gap out to about 35 metres now over Murish. As we see Boyne change over to Jacobson, and Mora is making pretty good work out there of this 400 metres. It's one of his specialty events, so Brett Mora looking very strong for the Essendon team. So we saw a time of about 3:50, I think, in the men's 50 plus. So I don't think their 40s are going to get that, but they won't be too far away from it. So the men from Essendon will be taking out this 4x400 for the men's over 40. Great running there, Paul Mirish from Doncaster. He is going to hold that silver medal. So 3:53.63, and good time there for the men from Athletics Essendon. Mirish comes through to claim the silver medal. And then our bronze medal team, it will be Charles Jacobson from Diamond Valley coming into the home straight now. So let's get behind Charles Jacobson from Diamond Valley. And that concludes our men's 40 plus 4x400 metre relay. Let's turn our attention back to the infield for the victory ceremony and medal presentations for the women's 40 plus 4x100 metre relay. Sorry, take that 4x4. In the third position, bronze medalists representing Glen Huntley in a time of 5:37.55. Our silver medalists in a time of 5:22.82 is the team from Athletics Chilwell. And our gold medalists, the new Victorian champions, in a time of 5:21.25. It's the team from Doncaster. Introducing the teams now in the final of the women's under 14 4x400 metre relay. In lane 4 we have the team from Box Hill. In 5 it is St Kevin's, and in lane 6 Doncaster. So 3 starting teams in the final of the women's 4x400 under 14.
And so we are off and racing here in the final of the women's under 14 4x400. And on the middle of the track, it looks like Lucy Thompson of St Kevin's, who's going to get right up on the inside of Madeline Kearney of Doncaster, as Priya Diol of Box Hill makes her way down the back track of the track, I should say. The heat's getting to me and I'm standing in the box. Can't imagine what it's like on the track. As these girls make their way up the back straight, it is Lucy Thompson of St Kevin's just on the inside, starting to creep up on Madeline Kearney of Doncaster, but a lot can happen over the final 200 metres with Priya Diol also looking comfortable coming around the top of this bend. So as they start to ascend in towards the back end of this race, the final 100 metres, it is Lucy Thompson asking the question of Madeline Kearney of Doncaster. Just makes her way around the inside, so they're both going to be able to push each other there, and that's exactly what's happening for Madeline Kearney right now. So she's found one more gear. Priya Diol as well, starting to peg back that lead that these two had toward the early stages of leg number 1. So we will be changing off Saskia Klotz, Allegria Bazile and Ishara Ross all going to get the baton. So it is St Kevin's who's going to change just ahead of Doncaster. Box Hill with a clean one now. So our under 14 girls will make their way around towards the back straight and then head straight to the rail of lane 1. And it is St Kevin's in Saskia Klotz, who's going to lead it out and just find the rail early. The one to now start to move is Ishara Ross of Box Hill, so she might try and just get on the inside of Allegria Bazile. And Basile able to just hold her out there. So that 5 metre gap, I think, will be closed over this final 200 metres of leg number 2 here in the under 14 4x400 metres. So Saskia Klotz Still holding on, can maybe start to hear the footsteps a little bit of Ashara Ross of Box Hill as she makes her way around Allegria Basile. So Klotz, Ross, Basile, all strung out within a perfect 5 metre symmetrical line at the moment. And it is St Kevin's who's going to hold on for leg number 2. As she passes it off now, Saskia Klotz and Madison Kerr down on the start line. Gets her position set, and she's going to grab it first for St Kevin's. So lets out a mighty scream and says, hand it over, and we've got a clean one there. So Madison Kerr now takes away. Monique Williams of Box Hill is going to be doing the chasing. And Lula Parrott of Doncaster now has it in her hand. So leg number 3, always an integral leg here in the 4x400 metres. And the one who's going to do the chasing here is Monique Williams of Box Hill. So Williams starts to eat away at that lead set by Madison Kerr and her St Kevin's team. So Williams up the back straight. Now starts to extend away a little bit, gets right on the shoulder and is going to try and pass on the bend. Really well done there by Madison Kerr. Doesn't let her through easily. So Kerr finds one more gear with 200 metres to go in leg number 3. Pushing Williams a little bit wider. She's going to have to do it a little bit tougher. The slingshot may have to come into effect coming off the bend. So it is Monique Williams on the outside of Madison Kerr. Lula Parrott also coming around the bend, but it is St Kevin's and Box Hill. So Kerr on the inside, Williams starting to drop off a little bit on the outside. It's going to change incredibly close. Kerr, Williams, handing off to Williams and Kerr as well. So I don't know if it's a sister act going on at the moment, but they both hand it off. So St Kevin's gets it on the inside of the rail. Kerr on the outside. Let's see if Box Hill can peg this one back. Looking incredibly comfortable though is Lacey Williams out in front. Jocelyn Kerr not too far away. So up the back straight now, it is Lacey Williams, 5 metres ahead of Jocelyn Kerr. A lot can happen as we've seen over these 4x400 metres, as now we see Anika Salvatoran getting it for Doncaster. So 200 metres to go, Lacey Williams, Jocelyn Kerr. She's going to have to find a little bit to peg it back to Lacey Williams. She starts to extend it away. 5 metres quickly becomes 10. 150 metres to go. There's not a lot of room to move, so the call's going to have to come now. 100 metres to go. It's Lacey Williams chasing down Jocelyn Kerr. Kerr starts to extend away a little bit for St Kevin's. She might just hold on. It's not going to come without a fight of Lacey Williams. So Lacey Williams goes to the arms. She starts to get on the outside of Jocelyn Kerr, but she's done just enough for St Kevin's. They're going to take it out ahead of Box Hill. A gutsy race by 2 of Lacey Williams and Jocelyn Kerr. Selvratnam comes in for the final 100 metres here for Doncaster. But what a finish in this, the under 14 4x400 metre final.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next medal presentation is for the men's 40 plus 4x400 metre championship of Victoria. In third place and bronze medalists this afternoon in a time of 4:29.80. Please congratulate Diamond Valley, represented by Paul Schofield, Cyrus Wong, Chris Boyne, Charles Jacobson. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 4:01.53, Doncaster, represented by David Firth, Adrian Paddy, Mark Howard and Paul Merish. And in first place and gold medalist in a time of 3:53.60, Essendon, represented by Mark Harper, Mark Giglio, Troy Jardine and Brett Maurer. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the men's 40 plus 4x400 metre relay.
So on the track now we have our women's under 16 4x400 metre final. In lane number 3 we have Sandringham. In lane number 4 the women from Mornington. In lane number 5 our women from Ivanhoe. And out in lane number 6 Box Hill.
So Sandringham, Mornington, Ivanhoe, Box Hill away nicely here. Sienna McDonald from Box Hill. Also in the inner lanes, Decky Tanner off to a good start. It's opening 400 metres, just going past Bickovson from Ivanhoe. Also Eloise Glendenning from Sandringham in the inner lanes. But it is Tanner, I think, who's now starting to make the move on McDonald as well, coming through the first 200. So the Mornington team, Bayer Pugh will be taking the next changeover, but it's definitely Tanner coming into the home straight first. McDonald to the outside, just tiring a little bit, and Tanner holding good form as she comes through. So straight final here in the under 16 4x4. So Mornington off to a good start. McDonald holding on nicely, but she has got the extra couple of lanes to go out, but Tanner's going to change over to Pugh, so they've got a nice little lead there, the Mornington team. McDonald down to Cushy Diol, so Cushy out for another race, we saw her here earlier. Bickovson, and then to Brenner for the Ivanhoe team. And then for Sandringham, it will be Eloise Glendenning through to Amy Fitzgerald. But out as they do the crossover, and it is Bayer Pugh from Mornington, out by about 25 metres. Cushy Diol in next position. So Fitzgerald from Sandringham, a little bit of work to do, but she's working very nicely down the back straight. As you see Pugh coming around the top bend. Coming into the home straight here. She'll be passing over to Kyla Swallow. So a good little team here from the Mornington Peninsula. And they're up by about 30 metres there. Diol battling on very nicely there for the Box Hill Club. And then we have a Brenner for Ivanhoe being chased down by Fitzgerald from Sandringham. But nice change over there. Swallow's got the baton in her hand. Cushy Diol now, she's changing over to Thea Pratley. And then Brenner holding on very nicely there. Marley Brenner. Sammy Rowe will be taking the baton for Ivanhoe. Next position, Amelia Fode. She'll be taking it for Sandringham as we look down the back straight, and Swallow looking very comfortable. Pratley, though, is starting to maybe make a little bit of ground down the back straight, but Swallow good for the 800, so she'll have good composure over this 400 metres. So Mornington, Box Hill, Ivanhoe. I think Sandringham might make a little challenge here courtesy of Fode. So down the back straight, step by step. Fode's just bearing down on the Ivanhoe runner there in a row. But out front, it is Swallow still leading. She'll be handing over to Imogen Baker. So Swallow looking good, but I think Prattley has brought it in a little bit on this leg. So Swallow puts the girls in front, or has the girls from Mornington in front as they go into the final leg. Imogen Baker, a little bit of a slippery baton change there. Nice change there for the Box Hill Club with Sienna Curtian now on the chase. So as we thought, it is the Sandringham team just coming over the top, but Rowe is not to be outdone here, holding on strongly. But Fode will put the Sandringham team into the third position. She's handing over to Orla Shackloff, with Rowe going to Kate Booker's fan from Ivanhoe, sorry. So out front we have had a change as we see Curtian has done a nice run over the opening 200 metres. Let's see if Baker can respond to that and not panic, but Curtian looking very, very strong as he rounds the bend. So Sienna Curtian has put the Box Hill girls into that first position at the moment. Baker battling on nicely, but I think it will be the Box Hill team will take gold in this one as we see Sienna Curtian just running away, has a peek over the shoulder, and you'll see that Baker isn't there. So nice run from the Box Hill girls. Sienna Curtian rounding out a good 4x4 relay team. 4:10.50 the unofficial winning time. So Sandringham, courtesy of Orla Shackloff, they'll run into the bronze medal position. And great running there also from the Ivanhoe girls. And they will finish in fourth in the women's under 16 4x400 metre championship.
Next medal presentation is for the girls under 14 4x400 metre relay. In third place and bronze medalist in a time of 4:57.46 from Doncaster, we welcome Madeline Kearney, Allegra Basile, Lula Parrott and Anika Selvarantham. In second place and silver medalists in a time of 4:29.74, Box Hill, represented by Priya Diol, Shara Ross, Monique Williams and Lacey Williams. And in first place and gold medalist in a time of 4:29.23, St Kevin's, represented by Lucy Thompson, Saskia Klotz, Madison Kerr and Jocelyn Kerr. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists in the girls under 14 4x400 metre relay.
Next event on the track will be a combined relay. It is the men's under 14 4x400 and also the men's under 16 4x400 championships. In our under 14s we have one team, and that is the team from Sandringham. They'll be lining up in lane 3. In the under 16 competition in lane 4 we have Glen Huntley, lane 5 Mornington Peninsula, and in lane 6 Athletics Chilwell. So they're the teams in the combined under 14 and under 16 men's 4x400 metre championships.
And so with the third time of asking, we are underway here in the men's under 14 and under 16 4x400 metre relay. Unfortunately, our men from Mornington won't be able to take part in this event. As we see Zurwell of Chilwell and Alfie Lambert of Glen Huntly doing the work early. Our sole competitors in the under 14 event, Maximilian Reeve of the Sandringham Athletic Club, making his way up the back straight as well. But the one to watch out for here is Alfie Lambert of Glen Huntly, leading out this under 16 4x400 metre relay. And on the outside of him is Xander Zurwell of Chilwell. So Reeve makes his way around the bend as well for the under 14s, but all attention is at the front of the race with Alfie Lambert of Glen Huntly, just putting his foot down, a little bit of a grimace of the face. Definitely keen to hand this baton off to Brady Ryan, who looks ready and raring to go. So Ryan gets on his feet and off he goes now. So Ryan does a clean change over there for Glen Huntly. Hugh Nucky of Chilwell going to receive it. Coming down to the line here to receive it is going to be Harry Toomey of Sandringham. So Toomey's away, Nucky 2, and the one out in front to watch is Brady Ryan of Glen Huntly. So he'll make his way onto the inside of the track and try and extend this lead as best he can. The man chasing is going to be Hugh Nucky, and coming in to the back straight now is going to be Harry Toomey. So Brady Ryan and the Glen Huntly Athletic Club asserting a little bit of dominance here in the Victorian Relay Championships. If they haven't won the race, they've certainly gone close through 19 events now. So it is Brady Ryan of the Baby Blue coming down here with Ethan Miller ready to receive. Says, hey, come on, put it in my hand. Miller gets it now. So Miller on his way. A fast finishing Hugh Nucky as well hands it off to Guy McPherson. So the race is only going to heat up from here. You can't lose McPherson or his teammates in those green socks, and he is flying around the bend here. So McPherson going to try and peg back this lead on Ethan Miller. Coming down to change it now in the under 14s. Harry Toomey going to hand it off to Matthew Malaus. But on the back straight, glue your eyes there, because right now Ethan Miller is under siege from Guy McPherson, and McPherson is flying up the back straight. So McPherson definitely running his race here. Going to try and get on the back of Miller, who's going to have to grit his teeth and really hold on through the last 180 metres. So he goes straight to the arms. Guy McPherson stalking at the back though. He's built up about 40 metres in this leg, and he's ready to do the rest of the damage down the home straight. So Ethan Miller going to hand it off to Luca Sidieris, and Tobias Servin of Chilwell going to be receiving. So Sidoritas going to take it. Sidoritas on the inside does the 1-2 step, and away he goes. So Sidoritas and Tobias Servin, I should say. So Servin going to be the one chasing, always to be the hardest one out in front. And William Tan of Sandringham is going to receive it for the under 14s. But on the back straight, here comes Tobias Servin. He's just going to glide straight on past Sidoritas. So Lucas Sidoritas, he's going to have to get on the back of Tobias Servin. If they stand a chance, he does just that. So don't move from your seat. This final 200 metres will be over in the blink of an eye. Right now it's going to be Tobias Servin. He's going to try and extend away from Sidoritas. Sidoritas not done with yet. Servin done a lot of the work up the back straight. They come into this final 100 metres. He puts his head on a swivel, wants to know how much room he's got. I'll tell you now, it's not a lot. Serving going to try and outkick Sidoritas. Sidoritas not done with yet. He's going to move on the outside, but it's Servin. He timed it incredibly well, and he's going to take it out for Athletics Chilwell. And well done there by Tobias Servin. He wins it for Chilwell, but it didn't come without a late push from Lucas Sidoritas. And coming into the home straight now is going to be the winner of the under 14 4x400 metres at the helm of William Tan of Sandringham. So put your hands together for the state champions of the under 14 4x400 metres. As William Tan sees it out, as our men's under 14 and 16 4x400 metres comes to a close.
Continuing with the medal presentations, this is the Women's Under-16 4x400 metre Championship of Victoria. In third place and bronze medalist in time of 4:34.04, please congratulate Sandringham. Represented by Eloise Glendenning, Amy Fitzgerald, Amelia Fode and Orla Shackloth. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 4:13.70, Mornington. Represented by Declan Tanner, Bea Pugh, Kyla Shawallow and Imogen Baker. And in first place and gold medalist in a time of 4:10.47, Box Hill. Represented by Sienna McDonald, Kushi Jiol, Thea Prattley and Sienna Kurdian. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the Women's Under-16 4x400 metre relay. Also acknowledge our medal ceremony team from BRAC, Ashley Anderson, and General Manager of Community, Caitlin Honey.
So on the track now we do have our women's under-18 4x400 metre final. In lane number 3, Geelong Guilds. In lane number 4, St Kevin's. In lane number 5, Glen Huntley. And out there in lane number 6, our women from the Bellarine. That is your under-18 women's 4x400 metre final.
So away nicely now in this women's under-18 4x400. Already it's Firth and Glen Huntley making a little bit of impact there on Stewart in the outer lanes there from the Bellarine Athletic Club. Moving nicely at the moment, Abby Pacino from St Kevin's. She's in the middle, and Geelong Guilds Lucy Moreschuk. She's on the inner lanes. So Firth and also Pacino, I think, leading the way as they go through the 200. Moreschuk, she'll come through strongly in that second 200. But on the stagger at the moment, it would be very, very close between St Kevin's. Also, I think Geelong Guild coming through nicely as they come into the home straight with Vicino just easing off slightly. But Firth leads the way, but I think the Geelong Guild team might be right in this when we do the changeover. So Jasmine Firth and Glen Huntley. Moreschuk battling on strongly for Geelong Guild, so it's going to be very close. So Glen Huntley just in front, Geelong Guild, St Kevin's, then Bellarine. So Sophia Morrissey now for the Glen Huntley club, but is on the inside there. Sienna Wrench from Geelong Guild leading the way. Also up there, Cleo Richardson, we saw her in action earlier. A few of the girls now out for second or their third run, which is part of the course here at the relays. And Richardson's just content, I think, to sit at the back of the pack for the moment. We see the looming figure there of Morrissey just sitting in second right on the back of Wrench. So battling 3 out front. Bellarine has Rihanna Tatlock out there on the track for this 400 metre number 2 leg. And it's still Wrench, also Morrissey, Richardson in that order. Let's see if there's any moves in the home straight, and I think there will be. Wrench just digging deep here. Richardson trying to get out of the box there. She's had to work hard, and she's done just that. So Richardson just winds her way through, hands the baton, or gets the baton out, and that's going straight to it's Mimi Tucker for St Kevin's, Vijay Akuma there for the Glen Huntley club, and Rose Jones for the Geelong Guild team. So some very strong runners coming out in leg number 3, and it's Rose Jones and Thanya Vijay Akuma from Glen Huntly. They're the 1-2 position. Gap then to Mimi Tucker. So on the track now, Greta Jones for Ballerine. But out front, Vijay Akuma about to make the passing move, 200 out. So Rose Jones led it, but Vijay Akuma just explodes at that 200 metre mark, and she just strides herself in front. Jones is going stride for stride, bit of a gap then to Tucker. So Vijay Akuma, haven't seen too much of Thanya so far, but we know that we've seen Tanasha Santosh. She'll be next up for the Glen Huntly Club. We saw her earlier in a very strong performance over 800. Halving that distance here at the 4x4. And Jones will be going to Isabella Tarr. So some good runners out here for the last legs, but as Santosh takes the lead, or is in the lead, Tarr moving nicely. Tucker's going to be handing over to Bridie Hill. And a good strong finish here from Greta Jones. She'll be going to Erin Foley for the Ballerine Club. But out front it is Tanasha Santosh, about 5 to 10 metres up on Isabella Tarr, and looks to be just increasing that lead slightly down the back straight. Tarr working nicely. Bridie Hill into good form down the back straight, but she's looking at about an 80 metre differential between second to third. But the Glen Huntly team looking strong here. Be hard for Tarr to run down Santosh from that point, but she is working hard, so a lot can happen in the last 100 metres. Santosh just holding her composure into the last 100 metres. Tarr working beautifully. She's not giving up. She's really pushing to the line, but Tanasha Santosh, she'll bring the Glen Huntly team in for another win here at Lakeside this afternoon. So the Glen Huntly girls take out the under 18 4x400. Geelong Guild, they'll be coming in for the silver medal position, and the team from St Kevin's, courtesy of Bridie Hill, they'll finish third, and the Erin Foley will bring home the Ballerine Athletic Club team in 4th position. Women's under 18 4x400 metres. Let's introduce now the field for the men's under-18 4x4 100-metre championship of Victoria. There are 6 starting teams. In lane 2 we have Frankston, lane 3 Athletics Chilwell, in lane 4 St Kevin's, lane 5 Ballerine Athletics, in 6 it's Western Athletics, and in lane 7 Diamond Valley. So 6 teams, the men's final of the under-18 4x4 100-metre relays.
And a clean start here in the men's under-18 4x4 100-metre final as they make their way up the back straight. It may be Xander Byrne of the Western A's Athletic Club who gets moving pretty quickly. So too does Noah Seawack of St Kevin's. So watch out for these boys as they make their way up the back. Seth McLeish of Chilwell starting to extend that big long frame of his down around the bend. So as they make their way around 250 metres into it, I do think it's Xander Byrne of Western A's who's feeling the pinch. He's starting to really extend this group. On the outside of him is also Jack Lee of Diamond Valley. So as they make their way into this home straight, it is going to be Xander Byrne of Western A's. Moving through really nicely now is Seawack, and on the inside of him, as we mentioned earlier, is McLeish. So these boys are all going to change over pretty closely. We'll see who gets there first. As Niwa Jarfoy of Western A's gets out there, so he's looking very smooth as he makes his way around this bend. They will meet the inside of the track as they make their way up the back straight, the second leg here. And the man who's starting to get moving is going to be James Kerr of St Kevin's. So Kerr going to try and get the beneficiary of that rail. And Niwa Jarfoy going to do his best to keep him out, but Kerr just edges him there. So that's exactly where you want to be. If you could pick a spot, that's the one that you pick. So Kerr, Jiwa Narfoy not too far away from him, and the man who's going to fly on the round there is Nee Cohen of Diamond Valley. So Nee Cohen kind of try and take up the chase. Ace Pitt of Bellarine not far behind him, but at the front of the track, it is going to be James Kerr, and behind him there is Niwa Jarfoy. So Niwa Jarfoy on the outside. Kerr goes to the arm, puts his head around the right corner, and says, I might try and move away a little bit from you now. So he's going to hand it over to Will Lynch. He gets his stutter step moving. So too is Samuel Abalencia. So Abalencia is going to try and chase down Willie Lynch. Coming through for third right now is going to be Josh Payne, and on the back of him is actually Abalencia. So I've got the names wrong there. The one chasing is Baker Meyer of Western A's. So Baker Meyer in second place there. The man leading it out is going to be Will Lynch, and the one who's making up a lot of ground is Joshua Payne of the Bellarine. So Joshua Payne has put the afterburners on up the back straight, and he is going to fly around them like they're standing still. So Joshua Payne of the Bellarine puts the team on his back, and he's going to try and hand it over first into this last changeover of the men's under-18 4x400 metres. Playing catch-up right now is Will Lynch, and so too is Baker Meyer. So coming into this home straight as though everybody else was standing still, it is Joshua Payne. Jacob Smith calling him through, says, I want a piece of the action, and Jacob Baker Meyer goes around the outside. So here we go. Don't move now. Jacob Smith of the Bellarine gets it. So too now does Jeremy Nati, and going to be the one coming in third is Patrick Rechko. So Rechko going to do a little bit of chasing. Behind him there is Charles Lowrens, but the one leading it out here is going to be Jacob Smith. So there's 4 well and truly within the possibility of taking out this race. The man who's going to get chased down is going to be Jacob Smith. The one behind him there is Jeremy Nati, and coming on the outside of him is Patrick Rechko. So Rechko going to try and make his way around the slingshot effect of the bend. The man being chased down is Jacob Smith. So Smith being able to hold it out, 150 to go. He's really going to have to dig deep. Rechko on the outside of Jeremy Nati. He might get the beneficiary of the inside run. So here he is now. Jacob Smith done a lot of work, and he's going to pull away, I think. The Bellarine's going to claim came the under-18 men's 4x400 metres. Salute the crowd. Great racing there. Coming through for a second is going to be Patrick Rechko. Settling for third is going to have to be Jeremy Natee. And in fourth place, Charles Lowrens of St Kevin's. Or not St Kevin's, Diamond Valley it should be. I'm that excited I can't even read the sheet in front of me. But Jacob Smith and Bellarine are going to be the ones to win the under-18 men's 4x400 metre.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next medal presentation is for the boys under 14 4x400 metre relay. In first place and gold medalist today in a time of 4:25.78. Please welcome and congratulate Sandringham, represented by Maximilian Reeve, Harry Toomey, Matthew Milius and William Tan. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists, the men's under 14 4x4. Our next medal presentation will be for the men's under 16 4x400 metre relay. In first place and gold medalist in a time of 4:02.17, please welcome the team from Athletics Chilwell, represented by Xander Zurawell, Hugh Nucky, Guy McPherson and Tobias Servin. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the men's under 16 4x400 metre relay.
victory ceremony and medal presentation for the women's under-18 4x400 metre relay championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalists in a time of 4:14.93. The team from St Kevin's, represented by Abby Ficino, Cleo Richardson, Molly Blood and Bridie Hill. In second position, our silver medalists in a time of 4:04.93. The team from Geelong Guild, represented by Lucy Mareschuk, Sienna Wrench, Rose Jones and Isabella Tarr. And our gold medalists and new Victorian champions in a time of 4:01.55. The team from Glen Huntly, represented by Jasmine Firth, Sophia Morrissey, Danya Vijay Akuma and Tanasha Santosh. We also acknowledge the team from Ballerine coming in fourth position. So congratulations to all the ladies in the women's under-18 4x400 metre relay championship. So we now all ask for events 22, 23, 24 and 25 to marshal out on the infield, which is our women's 40 plus 4x100, men's 50 plus 4x100 and also the men's 40 plus and men's under 14. So events 22 through to 25, if you could please marshal out on the infield. So the track action returns with the final of the women's 40 plus 4x100 metre relay. We have 3 starting teams. In lane 4, the team from Glen Huntly. In 5, Athletics Chilwell, and in lane 6, Doncaster.
So we are underway here in the women's 40 plus 4x100 metres. Glen Huntly, Chilwell and Doncaster are going to be vying it out. In the middle of the track it will be Chilwell who will change first here. So as they make their way up the back straight, Chilwell, Doncaster, then Glen Huntly is going to be the running order. A clean change for Chilwell. Doncaster just gets it away ahead of Glen Huntly. So Chilwell up the back straight, starting to extend away a little bit. Glen Huntly on the inside, starting to move. Doncaster still making their way up the back straight. So as we head over to the second changeover, it is going to be Chilwell just a whisker ahead of Glen Huntly. Doncaster not far away either. So it is Chilwell on the outside, Glen Huntly on the inside. Doncaster going to be the one to try and move around this bend. So as we go into this last change, it's going to be close. Chilwell in the middle there. Doncaster on the outside, Glen Huntly on the inside. The battens have been changed as they make their way down this home straight. Chilwell holding off Glen Huntly on the inside. It's Chilwell on the outside. They've let it from the gun. Can they take it to the tape? They'll do just that. The women's 40 plus 4x100 metres goes the way of Chilwell. Glen Huntly on the inside of them, and Doncaster through for the bronze. And they will round out the 3 competitors here in the women's 40 plus 4x100 metre relay. And on the track now, we do have our men's 50 plus 4x100 metre relay. Coming out of lane 2 is our Diamond Valley A team. In lane number 3, Box Hill. In lane number 4, it's going to be the Baby Blue of Glen Huntly. In lane number 5, Keilor St Bernard's. In lane number 6, Doncaster. And rounding it out there in lane number 7, Diamond Valley B.
So away now in this over 50 4x100 Box Hill, already off to a great start courtesy of Stuart Dobrinsky. So Dobrinsky will hand over to Schroeder. On the outside there it is the Diamond Valley team, but also inside it is Diamond Valley in A team. So out front though it is all Box Hill at the moment. So Schroeder will go to Watts. Watts wasn't in the 4x4 team, so fresh legs. A little bit of an oops on the change over there. Diamond Valley now in second position. To the outside of them, it is Glen Huntly in third. Then a little drop back to Doncaster. But coming into the home straight now is Watts to Mason. Mason just going a little wide in that lane, but he's got the baton in his hand. It'll be hard to chase down at this point, so another great win here for the Box Hill team. So Robert Mason will bring them home here. 20 metres to go. Diamond Valley in a good position there. They're 18. They'll come through for second. Gee, bit of a challenge on here between De Hayden and also Ryan. But Mick Ryan from Glen Huntly, he'll hold on for that bronze medal position. Doncaster in fourth, KSB in fifth, and Diamond Valley B will finish in sixth position. So another call out for athletes to make their way across to the pens. We can see a few making their way there, but we do require the under 14 women, also the under 16 men and women, and the under 18 women, and under 18 men. So next event on the track will be a combined event once again. It is the men's 40 plus 4x100 metre relay championship combined with the men's under 14s. So in the 40 plus we have 3 teams. In lane 3 it is Diamond Valley, in lane 4 Athletics Essendon, and in lane 5 Doncaster. And in our under 14 competition it is the team from Sandringham who will be taking lane 6. So 4 teams in the combined 40 plus and under 14 4x100 metre relay.
And so we are underway here in the men's 40 plus 4x100 and the under 14 4x100. The flyers in the middle there are going to be Essendon on the outside, Doncaster, Diamond Valley on the inside, and Sandringham changing for under 14. So Essendon gets away the quickest, Doncaster not too far away, Sandringham under 14 on their way up the back straight. So too now is Diamond Valley, but it's all Essendon. They get to the second change, a bit of a slow mover, only just places it into the hand, but they're away now. Doncaster changes over, Sandringham on the outside, Diamond Valley around the bend. It's Essendon now coming into the final change, coming like an absolute steam train into this bend. The Essendon Athletic Club just gets that hand away as well. Doncaster now, Sandringham, Diamond Valley. It's all Athletics Essendon though for the over 40 4x100 metre relay, and Essendon's going to come down and take out the state title. Doncaster coming with a fast finish, but it's a little bit too late. They settle for the silver. Under 14 champion Sandringham, and in third place Diamond Valley in the over 40s 4x100 and the under 14s 4x100 metre relay.
Victory ceremony and medal presentation for the women's 40 plus 4x100 metre relay championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalists in third place with a time of 68.87 is the team from Doncaster, represented by Renee Reardon, Kim Peake, Wendy Smith and Laura McLennan. Our silver medalist in second position with a time of 63.60 is the team from Glen Huntly, represented by Rosalind Walker, Cara Gilbert, Tony Matters and Louise McLean. And our gold medalists, Victorian champions in a time of 62.83 seconds. It's the team from Athletics Chilwell, represented by Georgina Mervyn, Donna Braden, Karen Kirby and Jacinta Burns. So congratulations to all the ladies in the women's 40 plus 4x100 metre relay championship of Victoria.
And so on the track now, we do have our under 14 women 4x100 metre relay. Coming out of lane 4 is going to be the ladies of Doncaster. Next to them in lane 5, the women from Box Hill. And outside there in lane number 6 is going to be our St Kevin's women here in the under 14 4x100 metre relay.
So Doncaster, Box Hill, St Kevin's, our three teams here in the under 14 4x100, and automatically Box Hill off to a good start to the inside there, Doncaster, and just to the outside is St Kevin's. So Box Hill will change first. Oh yeah, it's very close there actually with St Kevin's. So down the back straight now, Box Hill, St Kevin's just off the side there, working hard at the moment. Is the Doncaster team as well, but it looks like a little bit of a gap now forming Box Hill to St Kevin's, the two outer lanes. So Jasmine Durrett got the baton now, just passing over Shara Ross for Box Hill and clearing away here. To the outside, it's Madison Kerr from St Kevin's, but good running here with girls from Box Hill, and Ashara Ross will take that one out. 53.05. Madison Kerr, next position, and Lula Parrott from Doncaster will round out the field there in the women's under 14 4x100 metres. Just another reminder to all medalling teams, make your way to presentations as soon as your event has concluded. We are now running behind schedule with the presentations, so if you have got in the medals, make your way straight to the presentation area and we will proceed as quickly as possible. Let's introduce the field now in the women's under 16 4x100 metre relay championship. We do have 7 starting teams. In lane 2 we have Athletics Nunawading, lane 3 Diamond Valley. In lane 4, it's the team from Sandringham. In lane 5, Mornington Peninsula. In lane 6, Geelong Guild. Lane 7, Box Hill. And in lane 8, it is Glen Huntly.
And so we're away and racing here in the women's under 16 4x100 metres. The fastest to get away there is going to be Geelong Guild. Sandringham not too far away, and on the outside of them is Box Hill. So watch for the first changeover. We'll see if we can get them clean. Box Hill away very cleanly. Geelong Guild not far away. So too is going to be Diamond Valley and Nunawading. So as they make their way up the back straight, it's going to be able to throw a blanket across it almost. We'll see who's able to change first. It could be Box Hill. Right on the inside of them is Geelong Guild. So we're away now. Box Hill on the outside. Geelong Guild on the inside. Glen Huntly on the outside of them once more. So we'll see as they change here into the last changeover for the under 16 women's 4x100 metres. It's going to be just Geelong Guild, I believe. Box Hill on the outside of them. So as we start to move down the home straight, Geelong Guild, Box Hill starts to ask the question. Geelong Guild doesn't seem to have the answer. It's going to be Box Hill on the outside of Geelong Guild. Glen Huntly not far away. Nunawading, so too Sandringham come across, in Mornington. And Box Hill is going to take out the under 16 women's 4x100 metres.
Victory ceremony and medal presentation for the men's 50 plus 4x100 metre relay championship. In third position and getting the bronze medals in a time of 57.79 is the team from Glen Huntly, represented by Kurt Golonka, Glenn McLean, Angelo Portelli and Michael Ryan. Our silver medalist coming in second in a time of 52.88 seconds. It's the team from Diamond Valley, represented by Greg Luck, Ivan Doden, Darren Rudd and Adam Scott. And our gold medalists and new Victorian champions in a time of 50.93 seconds. The team from Box Hill, represented by Stuart Dobrinsky, James Schroeder, Andrew Watts and Robert Mayston. So congratulations to all competitors and acknowledging the teams from Doncaster, Keilor St Bernards and Diamond Valley B in our men's 50 plus 4x100 metre relay championship.
And on the track now, we do have our men's under 16 4x100 metre relay. In lane number 3 is going to be Glen Huntly. In lane number 4, Nunawading. In lane number 5, Keilor St Bernards. And out in lane number 6, Sandringham Athletic Club. These are all your starters for the under 16 men's 4x100 metre relay.
So good start from the inside there. Ciruello from Glen Huntley, Cooper, Bertram from Nunawading. They're both going nicely at the moment to the outside there. Keelos and Bernards is Connor Muse. So Muse starting, changing first. I think Nunawading in second position, then Glen Huntley. So heading to change over two. Not much change here. Glen Huntley have made up a lot there, and on the inside I think the light blue are going well. So Glen Huntley starting to clear away a little bit, courtesy of Jakaya Honor.
Stand by for winners, Sting.
So the Glen Huntley team moving beautifully here. Nicholas Goodman got the baton and going for it. Nunawading currently in second position, holding down the silver position. They'll hold that too. Keelos and Berners will settle for third. But a great win there. Glen Huntley taking out the men's under 16 4x100 metre relay. And Sandringham coming through now, and I'll take the fourth position there. Let's turn our attention back to the presentation dais for the victory ceremony and medal presentations for the men's 40 plus 4x100 metre relay. In third position, our bronze medalist in time of 54.22. The team from Diamond Valley, represented by Cyrus Wong, Paul Schofield, Charles Jacobson and Chris Boyne. Our silver medalist in the time of 50.23 seconds. It's the team from Doncaster, represented by David Firth, Mark Howard, Adrian Paddy and Paul Mirish. And our Victorian champions in a time of 48.68 seconds. The team from Athletics Essendon, represented by Mark Harper, Brett Mora, Mark Giglio and Troy Jardine. So congratulations to all competitors there in the men's 40 plus 4x100 metre relay championship. Full field of 8 teams here across the lanes for the women's under 18 4x100 metre championship final. In lane 1 we have the team from Sandringham, lane 2 Keelos and Bernards, lane 3 Glen Huntley, lane 4 Ballerine Athletics, lane 5 Western Athletics, lane 6 Mentone, lane 7 the team from Geelong Guild, and in lane 8 Box Hill. So 8 starters, women's final of the under 18 4x100 metre relay.
And so we're underway here in our women's under 18 4x100 metres. Out of the middle of the track is going to be Western Athletics, and on the outside of them on the shoulder is Mentone. So moving through as well is going to be Glen Huntley as we go through to the first change, and throw a blanket across it because I can't quite see it. As they make their way up the back, it might be Mentone. On the inside of them is still Western A's, Bellarine, Glen Huntley. Everybody fighting it out right now as we get to the second change, and wider from that is going to be Box Hill out in lane 8. So I think it's going to be Western A's maybe on the inside, Box Hill on the outside, Mentone also well within the ground. grasp of winning this race as they come around the bend. So throw the blanket over about 4 or 5 of them. Strap yourselves in because this is going to be a bumpy ride down the home straight. Mentone, Box Hill, Geelong Guild. So too on the inside there is Glenn Huntley fighting it out for a 3rd position. On the lead though, it's going to be Geelong Guild and Mentone. Geelong Guild starts to extend away, and they are the under-18 women's 4x100 metre champions. Box Hill through for 2nd, Mentone for 3rd, Glenn Huntley for 4th, Sandringham for 5th. And what a finish there for our women's under-18 4x100 metre relay.
Victory ceremony and medal presentation for the men's under-14 4x100 metre relay championship. And our gold medalists in a time of 51.75 seconds. It's a team from Sandringham, represented by Maximilian Reeve, William Tan, Harry Toomey and Matthew Milius. So congratulations to each of our young gentlemen there in the men's under-14 4x100 metre relay championship.
On the track now, we do have our under-18 men's 4x100 metre relay. Coming out of lane 2 is our Western A's B team. In lane number 3, Diamond Valley. In lane number 4, Glenn Huntley. In lane number 5, Western A's A. In lane number 6, Casey Cardinia. Number 7 is our boys from the Bellarine. And in lane number 8, all the way out there in the baby blue, is Glenn Huntley B for our under-18 men's 4x100 metre relay.
So good start there, Byrne from Western Athletics. The inside of him is Shearer from Glenn Huntley. They're the two leading teams, but also out in the outer lanes, Glenn Huntley looking good for the B team as well. Casey Cardinia right up there, but Western A's leading at the moment. Ballerine just dropping back a bit. Glenn Huntley working through alongside the team from Casey Cardinia, but Western A's going through nicely. Good change there. Glenn Huntley B going very well as well in the outer lanes. Glenn Huntley A on the inner lanes. Cardinia splitting them in the middle, then Ballerine. Coming into the last change now, Western A's got a good little lead here. So out by about 15 metres over Casey Cardinia. Good battle here with Glenn Huntley A starting to come through. Casey Cardinia holding, but Glenn Huntley coming home strong. Western A's will take it. Great win in the under-18s. Casey Cardinia hold on for the second position. Good running from Glenn Huntley. Also Ballerine. Fast finishing there, Diamond Valley, Glenn Huntley B and Western F's B. Victory ceremony and medal presentation for the women's under 14 4x100 metre relay championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalists in a time of 60.84 seconds. It's the team from Doncaster, represented by Madeline Kearney, Allegria Basile, Charlotte Senior and Lula Parrott. Our silver medalist in a time of 55.13 seconds is a team from St Kevin's, represented by Lucy Thompson, Jocelyn Kerr, Saskia Klotz and Madison Kerr. And our gold medalists and new Victorian champions in a time of 53.02 seconds, the team from Box Hill, represented by Monique Williams, Lacey Williams, Jasmine Jarrett and Ashara Ross. So congratulations to all the young ladies in the women's under 14 4x100 metre championship. Victory ceremony and medal presentation for the women's under 16 4x100 metre relay championship. In third position in a time of 51.77, it's the team from Glen Huntley, represented by Adele Roche, Laura Wong, Jasmine Firth and Julia Zaitseva. Our silver medalists in a time of 51.10, the team from Geelong Guild, represented by Tallulah Dunn, Amelia Pantano, Rose Jones and Isabella Tarr. Gold medalists in a time of 50.88 seconds is a team from Box Hill, represented by Amelia Jarrick, Sienna McDonald, Thea Prattley and Sienna Curdian. I'd also like to recognise the teams from Nunawading, Diamond Valley, Sandringham and Mornington who took part in the women's under 16 4x100 metre final. Let's turn our attention back to the infield for the victory ceremony and medal presentation for the men's under 16 4x100 metre relay championship. In third position, collecting the bronze medals in a time of 47.95 seconds, it's the team from Keilor St Bernard's, represented by Connor Muse, Ethan Stegius, Ethan Bloss and Zulkaran Hader. In silver medal position in time of 47.63 seconds, it's a team from Nunawading, represented by Cooper Bertram, Josiah Stanford, Jake Frost and Johannes Foxham. And our gold medalists and Victorian champions in a time of 45.96 seconds, it's a team from Glen Huntley, represented by Xavier Ciruello, Zasha Ong, Jakaya Honor and Nicholas Goodman. We also recognise the performance of Sandringham in the men's under-16 4x100 metre relay championship. And we keep rolling on with these victory ceremonies. It is now the turn of the women's under-18 4x100 metre championship. In third position in a time of 51.79 seconds is a team from Mentone, represented by Madison Carr, Lily Parsons, Brooklyn Towler and Olamide Araba. In second position, collecting the silver medal in a time of 51.68 seconds, a team from Box Hill, represented by Cheyenne Schroeder, Sophie Zarafa, Carly Senior and Holly Neuenheisen. And our gold medalists and new Victorian champions in a time of 51.31 seconds, the team from Geelong Guild, represented by Hannah Brady, Sienna Wrench, Lucy Moreschuk and Ida Laity. We'd also like to recognise performances from Glen Huntley, Sandringham, KSB, Western A's and Ballerine in the women's under-18 4x100 metre championship. Victory ceremony and medal presentation with the men's under 18 4x100 metre relay championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalists in a time of 44.18 seconds is a team from Glen Huntly, represented by Aidan Shearer, Lachlan Mariner, Lester Long and Jordan Drescher. Our silver medalist in a time of 43.98 seconds is a team from Casey Cardinia, represented by Jared De Silva, Ferdinand Yermius, Zion Great, Ollie Nyan and Jeremy Kariuki. And our gold medalists in a time of 42.60 seconds, it's a team from Western Athletics, represented by Xander Byrne, Franklin Niwa Jarfoy, Jaden Entai and Chilo Idris. So congratulations to all the competitors, and we acknowledge the teams from Ballerine, Diamond Valley, Glen Huntly and Western Athletics B. And let's go to the victory ceremony and medal presentation for event number 21, which was the men's under 18 4x400 metre relay championship. In third place in a time of 3 minutes 33.14, it's the team from Western Athletics, represented by Xander Byrne, Franklin Niwa Jarfoy, Jacob Baker-Meyer and Jeremy Entai. Our silver medalist in a time of 3:32.53, it's the team from St Kevin's, represented by Noah Siwak, James Kerr, Will Lynch and Patrick Rechko. And our gold medalists, new Victorian champions in a time of 3:30.61, is a team from Ballerine Athletics, represented by Liam Morrissey, Ace Pitt, Joshua Payne and Jacob Smith. We also acknowledge the teams from Diamond Valley, Frankston and Chilwell in the men's under 18 4x400 metre relay championship.
So we are back, ladies and gentlemen, and on the track right now is the men's under 18 Distance Medley Relay, or the DMR, however you want to pronounce it. In lane number 1 is our Doncaster A team. In lane number 2 is the Ballarat region. Number 3 on their hips is going to be Keilor St Bernard's. With number 4 is going to be Old Scotch, and with number 5, Casey Cardinia. These are all the teams competing over the men's under 18 Distance Medley Relay. And so we're underway here in the under-18 men's distance medley relay. Now, for those of you playing at home and sitting in the stands, the distance medley relay consists of a 1200, 400, 800 and a 1600 metre leg. So these guys, or their teams, I should say, are going to be out there for quite a while. But 3 laps on the cards for everybody out there right now, and leading us out there is going to be Zach Granger of the Ballarat region. Tucked in nicely behind him is Samuel Scadella. Right on the back of him is going to be Rory Vial of Doncaster. We've got Josh Askar, and on the back of all of it is going to be Lennon Hughes. But there ain't much separating them through the first 200 metres of this 1200 metre leg.
Now, Mitch, 1200 is not a distance we race very often, so it's going to be interesting to see the tactics with this one. 35 degrees still on the temperature clock over on the far side of the track, so conditions not great. Straight finals, so it could be championship type racing.
Yeah, well, you either have to run it one of two ways. You're either running a 1500 and trying to pace yourself out, or you're running an 800 and hoping you just hold on for the last lap. So as we see our 5 teams come across, there is no change at all through the first 200 metres. It's going to remain the same through the first 400, and it is going to be Zach Granger of the Ballarat region leading us out, sort of having a little bit of a float around. Everybody seems more than happy to let Granger take it out. And Rory Vial, you'd almost argue, of the Backwoods Cap operating Scotch Athletics Club in 3rd place, might be tucked in beautifully and poised through this, the first 500 metres. In front of him is going to be Samuel Scadella, and now making a little bit of a move on the outside. Maybe it's starting to ramp up a little bit. Is going to be Josh Askar, and a little bit off the back there is Lennon Hughes. But still Ballarat region leading us out here, Tim.
Yeah, looks like Granger just doing nicely out front, setting a good pace. We're seeing Scadella just drop back a little bit. We saw it earlier where the Doncaster runner there in Askar just wanted to get a move on. He's just done that now, just going to the outside in a good position. He doesn't want to lose contact with Granger in case a move comes very suddenly.
Yeah, we certainly don't want that elastic band to snap through the first 600, so if you can keep yourself within the realm of possibility and within the realm of winning the race, then you're going to be in a good stead. But there hasn't been too much separation. I know there was a little bit on the back straight, but it does look like Granger's going to start to stretch it out a little bit. And as you mentioned, Askar, he did not want to be away from the move. They've got 1 lap to go before they hand it off for the 400 metres, and he's tucked right in behind our early race leader. The other one who's going to get right on the back of it is Rory Vial, as I mentioned, with the Leighton Hewitt-esque backwards cap. So maybe he might try and move his way around on this back straight. So this is where the magic's going to happen in this 1200 metre leg. It is still Granger leaning it out from Askar. Vial not far behind him, and now starting to stretch that elastic band a little bit, Tim. Samuel Scadella starting to fall off a little bit now, so they've ramped it up on the back straight, and for the first time, Zach Granger may not be leading this race.
So Askar takes the lead. He did look comfortable early. Granger has responded, and Vial as well. Gap to Scadella now growing. This will be really exciting when the 400 metre runners get out there. We'll see that change of tempo as we go to the 1 lap specialists, and then we move back to the 800 before finishing with the 16. But geez, a really good running here from Askar. Just clearing away a little bit from Granger, but Granger holding his momentum, and he'll run through nicely into 2nd position to set up his 400 metre runner, which will be Axel Caldo. So it is the Doncaster runner there, Brodie Murish. He's next off. Whoa, a little bit of a coming together there between Caldo. He does play footy, and I like that little shirt front he gave there.
Well, that's a hip and shoulder if I've ever seen one. It's not just a hip and shoulder, it's an explosion off this front bend. So it is going to be Caldo who moves right around Brodie Murish of Doncaster, and there will be a 30-metre gap back to Connor Sullivan. So he definitely got his juices flowing once he knocked the Doncaster athlete off the track, and with 200 metres to go, he's going to slingshot once more. So it is going to be Axel Caldo, starts to stretch it a little bit over Brodie Murish, and the one who's 50 metres, call it 60 now behind there, is going to be Colin Sullivan. But it is Caldo, Tim, as he comes in. It's an impressive 400 metre leg, and he's going to give his compatriot of Archie Caldo a really good chance in this 800. But as I say that, coming like a steam train, Murish is going to hand it off to Lachlan Marasco. So the carnage of these changeovers goes once more. Doncaster in front of Ballarat region now.
So it's Caldo versus Marasco. They would have raced each other many times. We saw Archie post a very good 800 metre time at Milers Club last week. He went to a 57, and I think he went even quicker again at Milers Club, maybe a 56. So probably got the form over Marasco over 800 metres, and probably doesn't want to muck around here and make it too hard for the 1600 metre runner. So it is Archie Caldo just getting a slight gap over Marasco. We look back down the track, and it's the old Scotch runner there in Harrison Carr. Gap then to Benjamin Dretch from Keeler St Bernard's, and now. Casey Canini runner there is Amali Brochard. But out front, not much has changed. Marasco's holding on quite nicely. I wouldn't be surprised if Archie just really kicks it down when he gets that one lap to go.
Well, you'd think the class of Archie Caldo is going to play a little bit of a psychological game here. He might try and think, if I can just spread this gap a little bit more, maybe it'll break him off. Archie Caldo looking incredibly comfortable, but so too is Lachlan Marasco. So they've got the equivalent of the bell lap now for their leg of this DMR, and it is Caldo who's stretching it over Marasco. That lead is extended out to about 120 metres back now to Harrison Carr, who is a great runner for himself there for Old Scotch. But if you look at the front of the race, geez, if you blinked, you watch Archie Caldo put about 15 metres into Lockie Marasco. So as you mentioned, Tim, you thought Caldo might try and stretch it, and he's doing just that on the back straight.
It certainly is, and we're just seeing that lovely form of Archie Caldo, but Marasco is holding on quite nicely. For Lachlan now, it's just a matter of maintaining composure over this last 200 and setting it up nicely for his 1600 metre runner in Scholes Robertson. So Johnson will take the baton for the Ballarat region as Caldo clears out to a 25 metres lead as he comes into the home straight.
Yeah, and he looks like he hasn't quite broken a sweat there. You can see his mullet flourishing in the wind, so you know that he's moving with some pace. So Caldo's going to come down here. That 25 quickly became 35, and he's going to give his compatriot of Josh Johnson a really good chance in this men's under-18 DMR. So Johnson can get underway. 4 laps in the 35-degree heat. Good luck out there. It's also going to go to Scholes Robertson. So it is a race you would almost argue in two. I know anything can happen, but it would be a miracle for Old Scotch to come back now. So it is going to be the Ballarat region ahead of Doncaster. Old Scotch is going to swap it over, and there's going to be Nathan Munro who gets it for the 1600 metre leg. So Munro's on his way. So too now is going to be Dylan Egadawade as he gets the baton about 200 metres behind Josh Johnson, who's looking incredibly comfortable out there right now, Tim.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see Egadawade how he approaches this, because he has got that bronze medal in the offing there, depending on how Munro goes. Dylan's probably more used to the 800, so stepping up in double distance here. Munro we saw earlier running very nicely, a good judge race earlier, as we see Johnson out front. He's still out by probably a little bit more than when he took the baton. The key now for Johnson is just to maintain sort of the eye on the ball here, I think, Mitch, and just steadily get through this.
Yeah, well, there's not a lot of pressure on Josh Johnson. As you said, it is almost just maintain the pace and hold on to this lead with 3 laps to go, 1,200 metres. So it is Josh Johnson. I will say edging away at it ever so slightly is Scholes Robertson. So certainly within the realm of possibility. You don't know how hard Johnson is working out the front. He might just be doing what he has to, but that lead is being chipped away at for sure. Coming through the start-finish line now is Nathan Munro, and as you mentioned, Egadawade, he has 3 laps to peg this back for a bronze medal, so time is certainly on his side. But at the front of the field, it is Josh Johnson maintaining this lead over Scholes Robertson. We have a kilometre to go now in this men's under-18 DMR. Let's see how it pans out.
So coming into the home straight once again, Johnson. This will be the danger lap, this lap 3 of 4. It is amazing what happens to the body when they hear the sound of that bell, but Johnson's just got to keep this persistent pace. He's doing quite nicely. So too though Scholes Robinson. There's not much changing out there. Also that battle for the bronze, you've got Munro keeping Egadawade at bay, but I think Egadawade is just edging closer and closer. Gap then to the team from Casey Gdynia, and that is William Lewis. So out front, less than 2 laps to go. I think I'd be putting the money on the Ballarat region at this stage, Mitch.
Yeah, I think I'd be joining you on that one, Tim, although as you mentioned, this is a little bit of a danger lap, the 3rd lap. It's either easy to really switch off or easy to ramp it up. So whichever way you go, you want to make sure you make the right decision. Coming through now is going to be Old Scotch, and behind them is Egadawade, as you mentioned, slowly but surely chipping away at that potential bronze medal for Keilor St Bernard's. But at the top of the track, with the 200 metre mark, is going to be Josh Johnson, Scholes Robertson as well. As you mentioned, still maintaining that gap. And if you almost want to watch a battle, it may be for this bronze medal as we see it come up the back straight. Nathan Munro and Egadawade. So they're going to try and work. Egadawade is going to have to try and bring that back. I reckon they might be starting to extend it out there, Nathan Munro. But with the look on the inside of the left shoulder, Josh Johnson wants to know how much room he's got with 450, and he has about 40 metres at that. So Joshua Johnson leading it out here for Ballarat region. Behind them there's Scholes Robertson of Doncaster. Doncaster, who's done a sensational job. Nathan Munro as well in third, and Egadawade maybe just feeling the pinch of this 35-degree heat for a 1,600 metre leg.
Yeah, there was a very good move by Munro out by the hammer cage last lap where he just put it in a little bit, and that made it harder for Egadawade, but has Munro paid the price of that? We'll just see. They're going to hear the bell now, so he's up by about 20 metres. Egadawade would really need to do a kick down over this last lap to bridge that gap.
Yeah, I think he's going to want to do it early as well. I don't think you want to leave this to the final 200 metres in this sort of heat. And I'll tell you what, Josh Johnson took a look on the inside left, saw 40 metres and said, let's make it 80. So up the back straight, he has blown this out in the final 200 metres of this men's distance medley relay. As we mentioned, not an event we are too accustomed to here in Australia, but great to see it on the track here. So Josh Johnson of Ballarat region, he's going to come down with 100 metres to go. Ladies and gentlemen, make him feel very loved and very welcome down this home straight as Josh Johnson. They've just about done it from gun to tape here, the Ballarat region, and he's going to salute with about 110 metre win here for the Ballarat region. So Josh Johnson comes down and collects the win here in the under-18 men's distance medley relay. Now here we have a race for the bronze medal still going. It's going to be Scholes Robertson that holds on for silver, and if we have a look at the top of the straight, Nathan Munro trying to hold out Egadawade. So Munro definitely pumping the arms. Egadawade, I don't think he's going to quite get there, and he won't. So it's going to be Scholes Robertson that takes a silver. Munro holds on for a gutsy third place there for Old Scotch. Egadawade gave it everything to settle for fourth place. And up the back straight, we still have William Lewis of Casey Cardinia finishing off here in the men's under-18 distance medley relay. So down this home straight now is our final competitor of the men's under-18 distance medley relay. It will be William Lewis of Casey Cardinia. And a big round of applause out here for all the men and women that get out in the 35-degree Melbourne heat and somehow Queensland humidity. But it is William Lewis who's going to cap it off for the men's under-18 distance medley relay. And so we're right back into it here on the track, our women's under-18 version of the distance medley relay with hip number 1, Doncaster. With hip number 2 will be Glenn Huntley. With number 3 on the hip is going to be Sandringham. Number 4, Mornington. And number 5 is going to be our Doncaster B team. These are all the teams competing here in the under-18 women's distance medley relay. And so we are underway now here in this women's under-18 distance medley relay. And quick to the front there is going to be Eliza Shivers of Doncaster, followed closely by Madison King of Glen Huntly. So it's going to be Molly Rager of the Sandringham Athletics Club. Not far away is going to be Jasmine Sidebottom of Mornington, and at the back there will be our Doncaster B team and Charlotte Senior, but beautifully strung out. Everyone's got a little bit of room, but the one who wants to take it up first is going to be Madison King. So Madison King of Glen Huntly is going to make an honest race out of this in the first leg of this, the women's distance medley relay, this 1,200 metre leg. Extends that lead out to 5 metres just ahead of Eliza Shivers. And behind her is Molly Rager of Sandringham. So nicely bunched. The one who's going to try and make the race of it, though, Tim, is going to be Madison King.
Yeah, and you look at the back end of that team with Vijay Kumar and Santosh, Mitch, that's a pretty good sort of finish to the Glen Huntly team. So King is trying to get them out to a good start here. So she's got the 3-lapper. She'll be handing it off to Amir Sommer Ali. I'm expecting Riga from Sandringham to start to make a move. I've seen some good stuff from her in the early part of this season over 800. So Molly Rager from Sandringham in next position. Then Shivers, saw her at the multi-events just a few weeks ago. So great to see Eliza. She had a good win there in the 800 at the end of their, I think, 5-event program.
Well, I've certainly imagined that she would know what the pinch in the legs feels like if she's competing over a plethora of different events. But right now I'm going to have to find a little bit of something through the 1,200 metre leg of this distance medley relay, and the one who's looking incredibly comfortable is Madison King. So as you mentioned, Rager, you thought she might start to get a little bit of a wriggle on. She seems to be the only one chasing King at the front of this race. And behind her there is Eliza Shivers. Tucked in nicely as well, it's worth mentioning, is Jasmine Sidebottom of the Mornington Peninsula Athletic Club. But out the front, it is Madison King, who's leading it out incredibly comfortably. Rager, we'll call it 20 metres behind King, and a further 15 back from there is Shivers, and so too Jasmine Sidebottom. But it is Madison King of Glen Huntly. Got out front early and wanted to make an honest race of it, and she's done just that. So Madison King comes down. She's going to have 1 lap to go here in her leg of this. The temperature has risen to 36 degrees. That means they're dropping absolute heat on this athletics track right now. So Madison King, Rager starting to come at her a little bit here. Eliza Shivers, and behind her is going to be Jasmine Sidebottom, and not far away is Charlotte Senior. So we'll see whether or not Rager can peg back a little bit of this distance on King, Tim, but King's looking pretty good out there.
Yeah, she certainly is, and as I said, they're backing nicely the Glen Huntly team, but you've also got all the Shackloff for Sandringham bringing in the 1600, so you know, we saw her in action earlier, and all that has been running very well, so not to be discounted there, the Sandringham team, if they can just hold steady through the mid-stages.
Yeah, well, it's almost a battle of survival out here, as I keep mentioning the heat, but I can't stress enough how obscene it is to run these distances in 36-degree heat. But King's making an absolute meal of it right now, and Molly Rager has maintained that gap from King that she set quite early in this race. So King finds 1 more gear, so too does Rager. Starts to probably break the tether, you would think, of Eliza Shivers, so too Jasmine Sidebottom. So it's going to be King that comes down, and she's going to be handing it off to Amaya Sommer Ali. So Sommer Ali going to run this 400 metre leg, and behind them there is going to be Kremers de Boer. So Sommer Ali away, Kremers de Boer going to grab this baton. 2 great performances there over the 1,200 metre leg. So the 400s are off, and they're racing now for this 3rd medal, or this bronze medal position currently. We are going to see Doncaster and Mornington hand off together, and that's going to come in the way of Sinead Bakker and also Kobe Lee Dyer. So a fantastic last name there for Mornington, but in this 400 metre leg, it is going to be Glen Huntly who's just going to extend that a little bit further, Tim.
Yeah, we've got our primarily 800 metre runners out there doing these 4s. So Summer Ali, we've seen her a lot over the 8. Also Maddie Kremers de Boer, Sonna Bakker, also an 800 specialist. We're dropping back then to Kobe Lee Dyer, and Lucy Kearney is now on the track for the Doncaster B team. So everyone out on the 400 metres. So we're going to see Summer Ali coming through to Vijay Akuma. And for the Sandringham team, Molly Williams is already on the line as we see the next of our Doncaster runners, Isabella King, Also a good 800 runner, and then she'll be onto her specialty here. So Vijay Kumar now has the baton. So 800 metres in front of her. Maddie Kremers-de-Boer coming through. She'll be handing off to Millie Williams. The gap could be out to maybe 80 metres or so by the time we do the changeover here. So Vijay Kumar, Williams, and then Backer has made some big ground there, and she'll be handing over to Isabella King.
So we're underway here in the 800 metre leg, as you mentioned, and it has been blown out here by Glenn Huntley, and it's looking incredibly comfortable in the hands of Vijaya Kumar. So Vijaya Kumar is going to extend that to, let's just say, a touch under 100 metres, and the ones chasing now are going to be Isabella King of Doncaster, and she is hunting down Millie Williams of Sandringham. So 800 metre leg, 36 degree heat, and these women are cooking out here in the distance medley relay.
Let's quickly take our attention back to the infield for the medal presentation victory ceremony for the men's under-18 distance medley. Our bronze medalist in the time of 11:13.54. It's the team from Old Scotch, represented by Rory Vile, Connor Sullivan, Harrison Carr and Nathan Munro.
King, and just behind her now she's made the pass of Millie Williams. So Millie Williams sits there in third, with Doncaster's B team sitting in fourth, Mornington not too far behind them. So as we're about to hand off here for the 1600 metre leg of the under-18 women's distance medley relay, it's getting in a safe set of hands of Tanasha Santosh of the Glen Huntley Athletic Club. So she'll just do the 1-2 step and away she goes for the 1600 metre leg. Coming down here now, it's going to be our Doncaster A team, and Lily Purcell is going to be taking this baton for 4 laps of this distance medley relay. For Sandringham, it's going to go to Orla Shackloth. And so this will be a highly fought out contest for this second and third place medal, you would think, with Mornington making a massive late charge here, and Charlotte O'Brien can do a little bit of work and maybe climb her team into a medal position. But at the front of the field, it is in the hands of Tanasha Santosh of the Glen Huntley Athletic Club. Not far behind there is Lily Purcell, and so too from Sandringham is Orla Shackloth. So should be a cracking final leg here, Tim.
So Santosh has got off to a very good conservative start. You can just see she's measuring her energy levels. 4 laps, 35 degrees. We've been saying that over and over, and we know it's warm out there. But already we're seeing Shackloth starting to take some distance there into second position. So this will be the interesting thing. I'm not sure if they can pull back Santosh, because she is very controlled at the moment. She has a lead of about 80 metres.
Yeah, she looks well in control of her own race. She had a little look on the inside shoulder there just to see how much room she's been spotted. And she does have a quite handy buffer coming into 1200 metres to go for this distance medley relay. So it is Santosh leading us out as she comes through with 3 laps to go. And the battle for second and third, as I mentioned, was always going to be very interesting. And it's coming down to Purcell and Shackloth. So Orla Shackloth makes the pass here within the first 400 metres of this leg, and she will start chasing down Santosh potentially. But as we mentioned, it is quite a large gap back here to the 2 chasing down. In 4th place currently is going to be Gemma Young of Doncaster's B team, and behind them there is also Charlotte O'Brien. So Santosh with a very comfortable lead and a very comfortable running action, it should be said, on the back straight. Chasing now is Shackloth, and behind her is Purcell. So Purcell just wants to try and hang on the back of Shackloth if she can. You don't want that to get too far away, particularly then it may lose the momentum of the race. So geez, Santosh is looking smooth as she makes her way around. It has been pegged back a little bit, this lead, it's worth mentioning. But what can be done over the final kilometre of this distance medley relay? Santosh, Shackloth, Purcell, 1, 2 and 3. Glenn Huntley Sandringham and Doncaster.
So 2 to go. Santosh, as mentioned, Shackloff's brought in by about 30 metres, I'd say, but still a big ask over 800 to run that down. But Shackloff looking good. She's done some strong work early. Purcell not dropping away at all here. So Lily Purcell from Doncaster certainly running nicely. I'm very impressed with Jemmy Young as well. This has been a big leg from Young. Let's see what she's got in those final 2 laps. But gap out, maybe 60 metres, Mitch, I think, is first to second.
I don't think you could have called that any more accurately at 60 metres, Tim. So Santosh with that 60-metre buffer over Shackloff. As you mentioned, Purcell certainly not done with yet, but would have a little bit of work to do with 700 metres to go. So it is Santosh. Shackloff chasing, Purcell behind her. And you'd think these will be your 1, 2, 3, potentially in this order, but maybe not with 600 metres to go. So Santosh almost had a little look behind and decided to get the wheels moving just that little bit more. This is always the danger lap, as we mentioned in the men's under 18. The women's under 18 seem to be handling it incredibly well. So Santosh, Shackloff, so too Purcell. These 3 women have run a gutsy 1600 metre leg. And it is Santosh who will hear that sweet sound of the bell and try and bring home her Glen Huntly team for that state title in the women's under 18 distance medley relay. So Santosh, that lead now out to 75 metres, I would say, Tim. So she certainly put her foot down in that 3rd lap. Shackloff as well, about 40 metres back to Purcell. So it certainly strung itself out, but great racing nonetheless by these 3 women.
Out to about 90 metres now, and Tinashe Santosh looking oh so comfortable. She's probably not feeling that way. It's easy for me to say up in the commentary box, but you look at the movement pattern for Santosh, she's looking good. So Glen Huntly will be taking out another gold medal here, and gee, they've had a stack of those today in this age group, Mitch. So these girls combining very, very well across the day in different distances and different events. So Shackloff just having a look around the shoulder, and she'll see that 40 metres back is Lily Purcell. I think so. The medals are quite safe now. It's just a matter of getting through this last lap in some pretty rough conditions, as we see Young coming through, and then finally Charlotte O'Brien from Mornington Peninsula. She'll be the last one to hear the sound of that bell.
So it's been gutsy racing here. Santosh just had to do it on her own. She has been out in front, but that doesn't make it any easier at times. So Santosh going to come down and claim this women's under 18 distance medley relay for Glen Huntly. And what was a 40-metre lead only 2 laps ago is now gone out to a 100-metre win for the Glen Huntly Athletics Club. So Santosh comes through the line and claims the women's under 18 distance medley relay title. And a gutsy performance here from all of Shackloff to come through from 3rd to 2nd and do it in a dominating fashion. So Shackloff going to come down now and claim the silver for Sandringham. And in 3rd place, coming down this final bend, is going to be Lily Purcell of Doncaster. And this A team will claim a bronze medal in the women's under 18 distance medley relay. And not too far behind them in 4th place will be their compatriots of the B team of Doncaster. As they come down now, and behind there is Charlotte O'Brien of Mornington. So Jimmy Young going to come down this home straight for the final time. A great 1600 metre leg from her. And Charlotte O'Brien not too far away. So the under 18 women's distance medley relay, 3rd and 4th both belong to Doncaster Athletic Club. As Jemmy Young comes across the line now, and Charlotte O'Brien not far away from joining the rest of her women in this under 18 event. As the Mornington Peninsula Athletic Club now close it out here in the under 18 women's distance medley relay.
Just a general announcement, we have had an iPhone lost, so if anyone has located a black iPhone with a leather case, could you please bring it up to the commentary team? So there's a black iPhone with a leather case. If that can be brought up to the commentary position, that would be greatly appreciated. We now move to the next event on the track, which is a combined event for the distance medley. It's the men's 40 plus together with the men's 50 plus. In our 40 plus competition, we have 5 teams, and they are in lane 1, Diamond Valley, lane 2, Mornington Peninsula, lane 3, Doncaster, lane 4, Box Hill, and in lane 5, Athletics Essendon. In the 50 plus, we have 7 teams, and they are in lane 6, Keilor St Bernard's. In lane 7, Diamond Valley. In lane 8, Doncaster. In lane 9, it's the Glen Huntly A team. Lane 10, Box Hill. Lane 11, it's Mornington Peninsula. And lane 12, Glen Huntly B. So 12 starting teams in the combined 40 plus, 50 plus men's distance medley. A little bit of pushing and shoving there to start this, and I thought these were gentlemen, but anyway, that's good. A little bit of argy-bargy to get underway, and it's Mornington Peninsula that is already out to a little bit of a lead as they settle down on this 1,200 metre leg to open up. So Box Hill sitting in second. Then we've got the Doncaster team, courtesy of David First, sitting in third.
Yeah, well, they would want to jostle for position early. I think there's that many teams in here, you'd be wanting to find your space. And I believe that is going to be Daniel Rees of Essendon who might try and bridge that gap back to our Box Hill and Mornington Peninsula team. So there are a few crossovers here, so if you do get some names wrong, some hip numbers wrong, we do apologise. The binoculars are out, so we'll be doing our absolute best. But I believe that is Robert Trott leading out Chris Bradford of Box Hill. Behind him there is going to be Daniel Rees. And leading out our 50 plus race, I believe, is Jamie Ross Johnson of Glen Huntly. So we'll start to change up the order of things, and it's going to change quite quickly. So with that, now comes Daniel Rees. Behind him there is Chris Bradford. On the outside is actually Michael Thomas, and behind him is Jamie Ross John. So on the inside of there is Robert Trott. Once more behind is going to be Paul Meeson. So Athletics Essendon happy to try and blow this out now, Tim, and make these fellas work over 1,200.
Yeah, so Essendon, courtesy of Rees, getting off to a nice start here. So they're leading the 40 pluses. Box Hill currently second in the 40 pluses. Glen Huntly just making a passing move there to take the lead in the 50 plus over the team from Mornington. And Mornington 40 plus sitting in third position in that competition, but fifth on the track. Then we have the Keilor St Bernard team, and they are also in the 50 pluses. So currently sitting in the bronze position. Scott Lawrence of Box Hill in the 50 pluses. Just about to make a passing move, I think, there on Keilor St Bernard's. Gap back then to the two Doncaster teams. That's courtesy of Mark Purser and also David Firth.
So that hasn't been pegged back at all to Rees, who's leading it out here. Bradford behind him, so too Ross John. So Ross John's run a really well-timed race with 400 metres to go on these fellas' legs. So it's Rees still extending away here from Bradford. Ross John behind him, and starting to make a move is Robert Trott around his compatriot of Michael Thomas. Closely followed behind there is going to be Scott Lawrence, I should say. So too Paul Meeson. So as we start to stretch it out here over the final 400 metres of this 1,200 metre leg, it is Rees. On the outside of there, Robert Trott's put this Mornington team right on his back through the final lap of his 1,200 metre leg. Chris Bradford are going to try and do a little bit of chasing. And also there is Jamie Ross John. So with 200 metres to go, it is Rees, Trott, Bradford, Ross John, and also Michael Thomas. So they start to stretch it back a little bit to Scott Lawrence of Box Hill. As they come around 150 metres to go, leading out this men's 40-plus contingent is Daniel Reese. Behind there for 40-plus is also Robert Trott, and so too Chris Bradford. So for the 40-pluses, there's your 1, 2, 3. And leading it out for the 50-plus is Jamie Ross-John. So as they come down now, they're going to swap it over. As I mentioned, this is for the 40-plus, the 400-metre leg. Danny Hawksworth is going to take it for Essendon. So Hawksworth's going to grab it. Jamie Mayhew Sharp is going to grab it for Mornington. And so is Cameron Backer for Box Hill. So these three are going to make themselves known. Mornington now getting on the back of Glenn Huntley for the 50-plus. And that's going to come in the face of Matthew Banks and Kurt Golonka.
I've seen Danny Hawksworth do many laps of this track in the 11 years we've been at Lakeside, but I haven't often seen him doing the one lapper. And we're seeing a good move there from the Mornington runner in Jamie Mayhew Sharp. So he's taking up a lot of distance there. Gee, Kurt Golonka going nicely as well. The Box Hill runner there and Cameron Baker. Gee, I've seen those two stoush over the years as well. Also the 50-pluses, Andrew Wilcox, we saw him earlier flying around the track, so he's doing nicely there in the 50-plus comp for the Box Hill team. Cyrus Wong coming through now to finish his 1,200 metres, but and also Portelli, but it is Mayhew Sharp from Mornington. And he's going to take the lead here for that 40-plus competition over the boys from Athletics Essendon.
So Will Pratt going to take it here from Mornington. Behind there is going to be Ryan Rodriguez for Essendon, and now about to go off for the 800 metres is James Schroeder for Box Hill. So the 1, 2, 3 punch in the 40-plus is on their way. The 50-plus is now making it work too, so a phenomenal leg from Andrew Wilcox of Box Hill's put them right in the box position. Beautifully placed behind there. Michael Susan is going to lead it out for Glenn Huntley. So we're on our way now. Mornington leading it out from Essendon and Box Hill. Glenn Huntley from Box Hill. Glenn Huntley behind there in Mornington. Try and say that 5 times fast, I dare you. So it's still Mornington leading it out. Essendon starting to peg it back a little bit, and Box Hill not too far away. Let's call it 15 metres. So over this 800 metre leg, Tim, it is a pretty penultimate leg in how you can set yourselves up for a final 1600 metre leg.
So Rodriguez still looking good here. They're going to finish Boucher Chef now as well, so it's a pretty strong lineup here in the Essendon over 40s. But Mornington still looking good. Pratt moving nicely, not getting too carried away there, and they're going to have Matt Blaschke finish them off, and he's had a very good season this year, so watch out for Blaschke also over that the 1600 metres. So in the third position on the track there, that is the Box Hill team, that's James Schroeder. They're going to finish with Deneen, so that should be exciting. But Michael Suzanne also looking good, and we've got the other of our Mornington runners here, and Richard Dorr not far back off him. Just got to watch for lapped runners now, Mitch, as that starts to occur on the track.
Yes, well, I'm certainly keeping my eye out, but I can't say it's my strong point. So who we're looking at the front of the race here, they're on the back straight right now, and it is Athletics Essendon through the hands of Ryan Rodriguez, who's leading it out. Closely followed behind him and making a massive late push is going to be Will Pratt. As we start to see our Glenn Huntley contingent come over the top of our Box Hill athlete in James Schroeder. So 150 metres to go in this 800 metre leg, the men's 40-plus. Ryan Rodriguez leading it out from Will Pratt. Rodriguez is going to be handing it over to Chifno. Chifno, you can say that a little bit better than me, Tim, I believe. And closely followed behind there is going to be Blaschke. So as they come down to the final 4 laps of this distance medley relay for the 40-plus, our gentlemen are going to grab it here. Making a really fast finish of it is Glenn Huntley. And so Essendon and Mornington are on their way. Getting it for the first time, or for the 50-plus race, it is going to be Andrew McAvoy. So he's going to lead it out. Closely followed behind from Mornington and Michael Bishop. And the 40-plus in the hands of Steve Deneen and Box Hill. So Box Hill teams are going to get it close to each other. Steve Deneen is going to grab it now. Followed closely behind there is going to be Michael Urey. But at the front of the field, it is Essendon, Mornington and Glenn Huntley.
So Chef now he's looking very comfortable as he opens up this 1600. I think him and Blaschke both doing the Zatopek Track Challenge on Saturday evening at the Athletics Essendon track. So lining up for the 25 lapper there. So the 4 lapper tonight, just a little taster. But Chef now is looking very smooth. Blaschke going along nicely. He's just got to measure his run here over the 4 laps. So we see Boucher just coming in on Greg Moore, the KSB stalwart. So moving out to the second lane to do some passing, coming down to get 3 laps to go. Blaschke going along nicely. McAvoy still holding off Bishop. As we see Greg Moore just finishing and handing over to Dominic Mackenzie for Keolis and Bernards. Also the Diamond Valley last runner getting out there as well. I think that's Andrew Mackenzie.
So they're
certainly moving nicely. Just going past Bishop, so that moves them up. But they're now stalking, I think. The Box Hill team will try and get a fix on who's leading in that in the 40 pluses.
Well, I'm piecing it together as we go along here, Tim. Essendon obviously leading the 40 plus. And the rest of the field's starting to move around a little bit. I believe it is Mornington with Blaschke. He's sitting in second. Steve Deneen for the 40 plus. Box Hill in third. Glenn Huntley leading out the 50 plus with McAvoy. A little bit further back for Mornington is Bishop. And I'm trying to work out the third place, and maybe the Box Hill 50 plus. And that's Michael Urey. So as we see Chef come down here, 2 laps to go for his 1,600 metre leg, and he's looking incredibly smooth and comfortable. So he's going to do it very, very easily, I would almost think, for this Essendon club. Blaschke behind him there. Deneen got a little bit to peg back to get up to that second position. But if I know a man to do it, it may be Steve Deneen. Coming through now for the 50 plus also is going to be Andrew McAvoy, so he's going to get down here with 2 laps to go. Deneen behind him there. For Mornington it is Bishop. Comes around Rob de Hyden, who's run the 400 and the 100 here today, so he's certainly had his work cut out for him. And coming around for the 50 plus Box Hill is Michael Urey. So if you got a piece of that, or that made any sense, then I'm impressed. But on the back straight it is Chef, 90 metres ahead of Blaschke, and 40 metres back is Deneen.
First time I've heard him put down as Chef, but the Flying Chef is looking pretty good out there, and Blaschke also going nicely. Challenge now will be for Deneen to try and knock off the over 50 team, and I think that's what he's trying to do there with the Glen Huntley colours just in front of him. So Steve Deneen in the 40s for Box Hill, just bearing down on the first of the over 50 teams. Michael Urey looking strong for the Box Hill club also in the over 50s. He's just come off, I think he won his age group at the Melbourne Marathon. Sensational run on December 12 for Urey in that competition. Michael Ryan for Glen Huntley coming through now as well. As we see Blaschke, this is going to be close because Deneen is bearing down on Blaschke. The difference now about 25 metres. Andrew McAvoy deciding he wants to try and go with Deneen, but Blaschke gets the bell as we see in Chef Nowie 100 metres up, and I think the Athletics Essendon boys have got this one in the bag.
Yeah, I would say so. 120 metre lead belongs to Chef and Essendon there, so you'd think the 40 plus gold medal is locked away, but the silver and bronze certainly haven't been decided yet. So Blaschke's got to hold off a fast finishing Deneen, small in stature but big in heart is the way that he lives his life. The 50 plus Glen Huntley boys are also looking incredibly comfortable out in front. So 150 metres to go is going to be Chef and Essendon, so they're going to certainly take out this men's 40 plus Distance Medley Relay. On the back straight now we start to see Blaschke and Deneen right on the back of him. So 200 metres to go. Blaschke might be able to find something. Deneen has a crack at it, goes right around now, but the leader of this 40 plus is about to greet the judge, and that is going to be Chef and Essendon, so they'll take out this 40 plus men's DMR. A phenomenal leg there from Chef as Steve Deneen puts Box Hill up into that second place position. And he'll move wide out into lane number 3 to claim that silver medal. Behind him there, Blaschke and the 50 plus Glen Huntley team through Andrew McAvoy. He's going to have one crack at Blaschke as well. So Steve Deneen will come down and get that second place for the 40 plus. Blaschke going to settle for third. McAvoy's going to win it for Glen Huntley as well for the 50 plus. So there's your gold medal for the 50 plus men's DMR. As I believe our silver medal team for that event is Mornington up at the 200 metre mark in Michael Bishop, and Urey of Box Hill not far behind him there. So I believe that is Mornington in second, Box Hill in third. And our athletes down this home straight will have 1 lap to go, I believe, Tim.
They certainly will, and I don't think Urey can do a Deneen here and come over the orange colours. So in this case it will be Mornington Peninsula holding on, so Michael Bishop will wander out into lane 3 to finish the event. Urey coming home strong, but I think he'll run out of real estate here in this home straight as Bishop eases out into that third lane. Urey, good run as expected over the 4 laps. So Bishop will take the second position in the over 50s. Urey will take his Box Hill team through onto the podium for third.
Yeah, well, hard, tough racing out there, Tim. The weather has not dropped. It's 36. It's fluctuating between 37, 36 and 35. So These men have one more lap to go. Adrian Paddy's going to come down now for Doncaster, and that is the 40-plus Doncaster team.
Box Hill in Station 8. So 9 competing teams in the women's combined distance medley, open and 40 plus.
And so we're underway and racing now in the women's open distance medley relay and the women's 40 plus distance medley relay. And as they will make their way around the track, the 1200 metre leg to kick things off. And they'll start to pan out. It is that Athletics Essendon team, with Girardi leading it out. Behind her there is going to be Ali Brooks of Diamond Valley, Saskia Lloyd of St Stephen's A on the inside of her. So too is Abby Bolmett of Sandringham. Tucked in nicely behind there is Caitlin Barr. And just off the back of it all is Emily Barrett of St Stephen's. Back there with the women's 40 plus, it's going to be Box Hill letting it out with Rachel Johnson behind her there. Glenn Huntley's Kylie Irshad. And there brings up Laura McLennan of Doncaster. So this women's open distance medley relay nearly through the first 400 metres of this leg. And Izzy Girardi is going to try and make a race of it from Essendon. Tucked in nicely behind there, though, Tim, is Ali Brooks. And there's about a 10-metre gap forming back to Saskia Lloyd of St Stephen's.
So I like the way Girardi's trying to really break this up early. So in the opening 400, you'll be going through on about 72, so about 430, 1500 metre pace. Saskia Lloyd, Bolmat, Barr in next position. Then we have the other team, that's Bartlett from St Stephen's in next spot. But Girardi, Brooks running very bravely here. So the Diamond Valley girls to have a big show here, they've really got to put this first leg down. So Brooks just holding there, Girardi just moving nicely, Brooks not going anywhere, and they're establishing a gap of about 25 metres over the chase.
Yeah, it's a big call to try and stretch it out early, but Girardi seems to be doing it incredibly well. As you mentioned, Brooks, the only one to try and go with her. You can really set your team up quite well in this first 1,200 metres if you execute it to perfection. And working really well in that second pack is going to be Saskia Lloyd, so too Abby Bolmett, and tucked in nicely behind them there is Caitlin Barr. So that lead is now stretched out to about 40 metres, and it's a race in two. It's Girardi, and right behind her is Ali Brooks. She has not spotted her an inch through the first nearly 800 metres of this 1,200 metre leg. So it's Girardi, Brooks, Saskia Lloyd still at the front of the chase pack for St Stephen's. Moving around the outside a little bit is Caitlin Barr, and just behind them there is Abby Bolmett. So they're about to get the equivalent of the bell. One lap to go on this 1,200 metre leg, and it is still Girardi and Barr leading us out.
So in the context of this race, that move by Barr was very important. She's got to get the Glen Huntley girls in touch with those front two if they want to have any chance of the gold medal. And Caitlin Barr sat back nicely, was doing it quite well, and as you can see, she is starting to move forward, moving away from Lloyd from St Stephen's. And this is very important for the Glen Huntley girls that she made that move. So into that last lap now, Girardi just stretching a little bit over Brooks. Brooks more common over the 800 metres, so this extra lap's going to hurt her a little bit, but Girardi looking very composed. She'll be handing over to Caroline Caroline Hyam, and that's going to be a dashing 400 metres. She is a 400 specialist. So when we're looking at the fields, we're thinking, gee, this Essendon team looks strong. And I think when we see Hyam there, we might see a little bit of a real push forward there for the Essendon girls.
Yeah, well, it's almost an all-star cast from Essendon, so they may be able to change over first, but I really don't know if Ali Brooks is quite done with yet. So she's able to keep that 5 to 10 metre buffer. Girardi's run an impressive 1,200 metres. As you mentioned, Barr tried to get them a little bit closer, but now it's Saskia Lloyd who moves around the outside of the Glenn Huntley athlete. So Lloyd going to try and peg St Stephen's back into this race. Girardi's given Hyam about a 10 metre lead, and getting it now is going to be Strange from Diamond Valley. So let's see how we go over this one lap. The 400 metres are underway. Hyam, there's Strange behind her there. Barr comes around one more time from Glenn Huntley. Anna Ross is going to take it. So too Stella Crawford-Russ for St Stephen's. So none of these placings are sorted, not even by any stretch of the imagination, as now we're going to see Powell take it for Sandringham. On the back straight though, Hyam starting to stretch it out a little bit, Tim.
Yeah, some great running here from Caroline. She's stepping up to the 800, but she was a 400 specialist, and we're seeing that form as she clears through that 200 metres. Just giving Lestrange. Lestrange battling on nicely and has a good gap over Anna Ross, who's just got ahead of Crawford Rust. But the Essendon girls, I think, are going to set this up nicely for the 800 metre leg, and that's Anna Kasapis who will be taking that baton. So Lestrange just drifting back by about 20 metres now. Then next up will be Georgia Gilson for Diamond Valley. But the Essendon girls, I think, just starting to assert their authority, and I can't see that changing over the next leg as we see Kasapis get the baton. She's still running well for a 40-plusser. She's looking very solid, and that's a very nice start for Anna Kasapis. So Lestrange to Gilson. Ross holding on over Crawford Russ. Ross is going to be handing over to Abby Kenny. And for the St Stephen's team, we're going to see Meg Oakley-Kerr.
So the two lappers get underway here in the Distance Medley Relay, and as you mentioned, it is Kasapis who's going to lead it out for Essendon. That lead was stretched really well by Hyam. It's amazing what can be done over a 400 metre leg, so they're going to really extend their lead. Georgia Gilson of Diamond Valley going to try and peg it back, and behind them there for that bronze medal is Glenn Huntley and St Stephen's, and the ones with it are going to be Abby Kenny, and behind them there Meg Oakley-Kerr. So this 800 metre leg is right in the thick of it. Behind them there too is Sandringham with Barone at the helm. So as we make our way around now, it is still all Athletics Essendon out in front. Taking a little look on the inside shoulder again to see how much room is left. It is 34 degrees. That's the coldest I've seen the temperature all day. So Kasapis now 400 metres to go for her leg, and she'll be handing it off to Maddie Caulfield in 400 metres time. Diamond Valley looking incredibly strong there in second place. They have quite a handy lead, and that'll go to Shania Murray for the 1600 metre leg as St Stephen's works their way into the bronze medal position currently. So our Box Hill women's 40-plus team as well is going to hand over to Pia Hunter for her 800 metre leg. Gets on the inside there, but it is Kasapis leading it out. Still at the helm of second is Gilson, and chasing down now a little bit is going to be Meg Oakley-Kerr. And these Glenn Huntley athletes with Abby Kennedy has to hold on. Here's Tim.
So Kenny just trying to hold that gap there to the St Stephen's runner, but I think Gilson might be in a little bit of trouble going down that back straight. So you can see Oakley-Kerr just stride by stride, just taking gaps out of the Diamond Valley runner. This is going to be a very interesting run over the 1600 metres, but we see Anna Kasapis rounding the bend the last time. She'll be handing over to Maddie Caulfield. Caulfield back in racing form again this season. She's run a low 430s for 1500. I can't see the Essendon girls being beaten from here, Mitch.
No, I can't either, Tim, as Renee Reardon's about to get it for the women's 40-plus in the 1200 metres, but Kasapis, as you mentioned, is going to hand it to the informed Caulfield. Just going to do the 1-2 step, and off she goes. So the word of encouragement is let's get it moving, and Essendon is on their way here in the Women's Open. The battle for second is well and truly on. Meg Oakley-Kerr has been flying from that fourth place position into third, and now battling it out for second. And we're going to see our final leg runners here from Diamond Valley and St Stephen's. Andrea DeJong for St Stephen's and Shania Murray for Diamond Valley. So they're going to hand it over exactly at the same time. There wouldn't have been a split second between them, as Glenn Huntley's going to hand it down now to their final athlete in Sarah Howe. So watch this battle for second and third, because I'm sure it's going to be interesting as Maddie Caulfield just tries to hold on to that 100 metre lead from Essendon. That's going to be a very hard one to peg back, I imagine. Pia Hunter comes through now for the women's 40-plus. Tim, there's people everywhere. My mind's going crazy, but the one thing I do know is that Athletics Essendon has a commanding lead in this Women's Open, DMR.
No, you're still holding it well there, Mitch, but the interesting battle now will be Murray versus De Jong, and you've also got Sarah Howes just stepping out for Glenn Huntley. Now, Sarah went head-to-head with Shania over 8K at Portsea a couple of weeks ago. I think Shania got the win that day, coming second to Lissy Duncan, and Sarah was in third position. But this is 1,600 metres. Sarah Howe is a quality athlete, although she probably rode 100K this morning up the bay. So Murray just getting a little bit of a break on De Jong. She's just got to make sure that she maintains a little bit of consistency here and doesn't go too hard, because it is a 4-lapper. Once again, we don't run the mile that often, so Shania have been running well over the 8s and 15s in PB territory at the moment, just starting to ease away from De Jong in that second position, as we see Maddie Caulfield just doing it her own way at the moment, Mitch, looking very comfortable.
Yeah, she's having her way with it for sure. She was set up really well by her Essendon teammates, and she's absolutely making sure she maintains that 100-metre lead. I wouldn't be surprised over the later stages of this race whether or not it gets a little bit further out. But as you mentioned, this battle for second, De Jong, probably about 20 metres off Murray now. Don't know whether or not that's very well paced, or we'll wait and find out over the following 2 laps of this race. So it's Caulfield 100 metres up. Right behind, or I shouldn't say right behind, Shania Murray 100 metres back, and about 20 metres back now is going to be De Jong. So these 3 are leading it out in our women's open event, and in 4th place is Glenn Huntley at the hands of Sarah Howe. So Howe makes her way onto the back straight, probably about 70 metres behind the 3rd place De Jong. So that may also be something to watch out for over the final 800 metres. Anything can happen in these distance medley relays. But coming down this home straight, this is your race leader and Maddie Caulfield and Athletics Essendon. And that lead is about 95 metres, so she's only spotted 5, but she's been on her own. Murray's going to try and chase her down. De Jong in 3rd place, and moving a little bit in 4th there is actually Howe. So it'll be interesting to see how this pans out. 800 metres to go.
So Caulfield into the last of the 2 laps. Murray just showing the first signs of just a little bit of fatigue there. 2 laps out for her. She's done a barnstorming opening 2 to get the break on the St Stephen's team. She's out to about 40 metres now. And as you said, Howe, I think, just doing her own thing here. And she'll just see what plays out in front of her. There's not much you can do about that. Just run her own race. So Sarah Howe coming through, and she'll get 2 laps to go. Out front, Caulfield to Murray, it's about the same gap. I don't think Maddie needs to really do much here. Shania probably just can't bridge that, and will definitely not bridge that over the 2 laps. Looking for down, see Julie Norney coming through here, and she's got the Doncaster over 40. You've also got Lisa Derrimont from Glenn Huntley as well. Then Sandringham coming through, and that's courtesy of Stella Marr.
And so with 1 lap to go, I believe, it is Maddie Caulfield coming down this home straight for the second last time. Nornie of Box Hill leading it out for the 40 plus. In 2nd place there is also Fiona Noble, who's just got the baton, and Kate Downward as well in 3rd. So with 1 lap to go, it's Maddie Caulfield. She'll hear the sound of the bell, and there it is, a 95-metre gap. Back to 2nd place in the hands of Shania Murray. In 3rd is still Andrea De Jong, and in 4th is Sarah Howe. So Murray going to come down, as you mentioned, had a blistering first 400 metres and might have just done enough to stretch that out to a gap that's comfortable. So Murray looking good. De Jong being able to hold her form as well, looking comfortable here in 3rd. She's about to get the bell. Behind her is Howe. I think there might be a little bit too much work to try and cover this gap over the final 400. But on the back straight, it is Maddie Caulfield, and has pegged it back, I would say, 10, 15 metres maybe, Murray. But Caulfield been in a world of her own out in front. It was set up beautifully by her Essendon teammates, and she's about 180 metres away from claiming a state open title in the women's distance medley relay.
Yeah, very impressed by Maddie Caulfield. She's just doing her own thing out there, and she'll come through to get the win. But gee, Shania Murray, what a gutsy run. I'm a little bit biased, I suppose, but gee, Shania has really put it out there today and just put that gap on St Stephen's, and really, you know, we'll give the Diamond Valley home crowd here something to cheer about. But let's get behind Athletics Essendon, Maddie Caulfield, Kasathis, Hyam, Girardi. What a lineup, what a good combination, and what a win here for the girls today in the distance medley. 12-14 thereabouts as we look down the straight. Shania Murray has not given up. She's giving everything in this 1600 metres, and the Diamond Valley girls, they'll be pretty happy with this one. They'll get the silver medal. And looking down the straight now, St Stephen's, they're going to round out the podium with the bronze medal. So De Jong just coming through now, but Murray salutes the flag there, and great running there, Shania, as we see Andrea coming through now. Sarah Howe battling on nicely for Glenn Huntley, but they'll have to settle for 4th position in this women's open event.
Yeah, it was phenomenal racing, as you mentioned, Essendon set it up incredibly well. Well raced there for the final leg from Shania Murray. Andrew De Jong comes through now for a bronze medal for St Stephen's. And in fourth in this Women's Open, as you mentioned, it is Sarah Howe and Glenn Huntley. So a lot of these athletes had to do a lot of this racing on their own through this final leg, which makes it incredibly difficult. It is Julia Norney of Box Hill leading it out for the 40-plus distance medley relay, as they will have some laps to go to finish their race off. And this temperature is finally dropping. 33 on the clock now, as we see Fiona Noble come through. Her teammates cheering her on from the sideline. As Julie Norney, I should say, coming down to get the bell, if I've done my math right, and I have for the first time ever. So Norney's going to get the bell, 400 metres to go. As we see our St Stephen's Open team come through to finish. The B team here, Olivia King, going to finish it off for the St Stephen's team. And so too will Stella Mayer for Sandringham. Coming through the start-finish line now is Katie Downwood of Doncaster, who I believe is in third place for this women's 40-plus, but it is Norney and Box Hill leading out this women's 40-plus distance medley relay. So 150 to go for Julia Norney and the Box Hill women's 40-plus distance medley relay team. And this 600 metre leg is 1600 metre leg, I should say. Don't cut it any shorter. Is a brutal way to finish off this great event. So Julia Norney going to come down for the final 100 metres of her distance medley relay for the women's 40-plus. And a little bit of pep in the step along the way, as we now see Fiona Noble get the bell, and they are sitting in second place for the women's 40-plus, with Katie Downwood in third. But it is Julia Norney and Box Hill taking out the women's 40-plus distance medley relay. Distance medley relay, phenomenal effort down to the wire, as Downwood on the back straight will claim this bronze for the women's 40-plus distance medley relay. 200 metres to go for our second last event of the Victorian Relay Championships before we head into the spectacle that is the Zatopek tonight. But it is Downwood who's going to come down for Doncaster with 150 metres to go. On the front straight, back straight, bends, wherever you are on this athletics track, give a very, very warm embrace to Katie Downwood, who's going to come down and claim bronze for the women's 40-plus distance medley relay at the back end of a 1600 metre leg. A sensational effort to claim a Victorian medal for her team. And well done here to close it out for the women's 40-plus distance medley relay. The second last event of the day is completed.
Now it's time for the victory ceremony and medal presentations for the men's 50-plus distance medley relay. In third position in time of 12:58.98, it is the team from Box Hill. They are represented by Scott Lawrence, Andrew Wilcox, Grant Murfitt and Michael Urey. Our second position team getting the silver medals in time of 12:56.98, the team from Mornington Peninsula, represented by Michael Thomas, Matthew Banks, Richard Dorr and Michael Bishop. And our Victorian champions in a time of 12:10.04, it's the team from Glen Huntly, represented by Jamie Rossjohn, Kurt Galonka, Michael Susan and Andrew McAvoy. We'd also like to acknowledge the teams from Killis and Berners and Glen Huntly for their participation in the men's 50-plus distance medley.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the final event on what's been a wonderful program today in the Athletics Victoria State Relay Championships. This is the men's distance open medley. 10 teams. Old Scotch are in Station 1, Glen Huntly 2, Ivanhoe 3, Diamond Valley 4, Keelos St Bernard's 5, St Stephen's 6, Old Zaverian 7, Doncaster 8, St Stephen's B team in 9 and Glen Huntly B team in Station 10.
So we are underway here in our final event of the Victorian Relay Championships, the men's distance medley relay, and I would going to wager a guess and say there will be a bit of argy-bargy through the first 1,200 metres of this event, and I'll be proven to be right. So everybody got their head on a swivel waiting to see who's going to take it out, and I think it will be Doncaster at the hands of John Portwood. But as I say that, his head also on a swivel, so we'll wait and see what happens here.
It's certainly an early call. I made the mistake 3 years ago of betting against Doncaster, and David Mitchell has not let me forget that 4x4 for 3 years. But just remember, a lot of these open athletes have already competed a number of events today, and as you know, the temperature hit 36.2 earlier. It's going to be a very interesting final relay.
Well, I'll tell you what, no one's paid more attention to the temperature than me. I feel like I've dropped it plenty of times today. 34 degrees, that seems cold now. So Diamond Valley going to lead us out here. That is Dylan Littlejohn. Behind him there, Old Zavarians. With hip number 7 on, that's Willie Lovett. Behind him too is going to be Patrick Matthews and John Portwood. So too with hip number 6 is Toby O'Brien. And there's that many names, I can't believe I haven't messed one up yet. So through the first 400 metres, there's about 6 well within it. And that gap from the front 5 to the next 3 would only be a matter of metres. So we'll wait and see what happens and what unfolds across the next 800 metres. But there's a little bit going on here, Glenn.
So there's still 8 teams as far as I'm concerned in contention. I'm not going to call it early. There's a long way to go. Steve McClellan's on the bell. 9 laps to go in this event. And you can see there'll be some change as they come through in this back half of the second lap. 150 to go of this lap. Doncaster in front. Positioned well. Old Zavarians. It is breezy out there. So at the moment the wind's coming from the west. It will change a bit later. Keelos and Bernards go to the outside. So the bunch changes as they head in for the next lap.
Yeah, well, Patrick Matthews is 1 out, 1 back from John Portwood, so that's a great position to be in. Portwood definitely put his foot on the gas over that last lap. Toby O'Brien, so too, beautifully tucked in. He's the tall frame. He doesn't need the wind broken for him, but he's got it anyway. So Portwood keeps his foot on the gas. It's Patrick Matthews behind him there, O'Brien, and for Old Zavarians, it's Will Lovett. 300 metres to go for the 1200. We'll see whether or not they can peg it back. I know Glenn's a little bit nervous to go the early crow, but I have a feeling it may come from these front 4. So Portwood, Matthews, so too O'Brien and Old Zavarians love it. 200 metres to go, and I reckon the elbows will be out as Matthews now extends it.
Well, look, if you were calling a Vic Milers race, you could call it, but there are 4 in this team, so there are still 3 more legs to go. And if you want to be adventurous in what could be one of your last calls for Athletics Victoria, only joking, we'll have you back, mate. Keelos and Bernard's turn for home. They're going to put their second runner in a fantastic lead. Mitch, don't go soft on me now. Keep heading the good calling in this last event on the program for the State Relay Championships.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're going to lose your job, at least go out with a bang. So Keelos and Bernards now takes it away. He's 25 metres up, and here comes the argy-bargy, so this leg's always a little bit dangerous. Doncaster a little bit out the back. Ivanhoe, Old Scotch with the baton in their hand now, but Keelos and Bernards have blown them out of the water. So the next 4 are going to be chasing with intent. Glenn Huntley leads out St Stephen's. Doncaster moving around the mould. Old Zavarians just at the back of it now. So Keelos and Bernards have their work cut out from them. They've all got the benefit of working for each other now. Keelos and Bernards out the front. Doncaster, St Stephen's, Glenn Huntley, Old Zavarians, Ivanhoe, Old Scotch. There's still a little bit of a gap between them all. They're going to hand it off to the 2 lappers. It's Keelos and Bernards in front. Doncaster, Glenn Huntley, St Stephen's, Old Scotch. So Keelos and Bernards keeps that lead moving. That's in the hands of Timothy Pedersen, and he's going to hand it off to Mitchell Langbourne. So Langbourne got a little bit of work to do. So too does Oscar O'Connor. For Glenn Huntley, it is going to be Matthew Goff, and the rest of them grab it now. So here we go now, Glenn. The 2 lappers, this is where it gets interesting.
Well, Keelos and Bernards certainly made the most of that single 400 metres. It was a great effort from them. They're about 35 metres in front of Glenn Huntley, who are now getting into the nice sits. And Stevens comfortable in 3rd. Doncaster in 4th. Old Zavarians 5th. So at the moment, Keelos, I'm sure Ron Stobus will be looking at this going, this could be another gold medal in the Open Medley, but there's still a long way to go. But they've increased their lead. Now 46 metres coming in to the final turn for the first time. Glenn Huntley.
You go now, Glenn. I don't want to steal your thunder, but Mitch Langbourne, good name and good form. So Keelos and Bernards with Langbourne are going to lead it out. Glenn Huntley in second there with Matty Goff. St Stephen's behind them. They're not too far away, and they're looking pretty comfortable with Debuson. And so too Doncaster, Old Zavarians and Ivanhoe have crept their way up there. So it is Keelos and Bernards, you mentioned, got the benefit of the 400, making the most of it across the 800. So Keelos and Bernards. Goff going to try and chase it down. So too is going to be St Stephen's. Old Odds of Arians not too far away from it, and they get to hand it to Joshua Augustinus. So a little bit of class in the 1600 metres for all these boys to bring it home. But Keelos and Bernards 35 metres ahead of Glenn Huntley and Matty Goff.
Yeah, it's all Keelos and Bernards at the moment. Glenn Huntley, well, a lot of work to do, but as you said, there's still 1750 metres to go, to be precise, according to our distance calculator around this magnificent venue here at Lakeside Stadium. But Keilor in a great position. They'll come down to hand over, as you mentioned, to Jacob Bell. Glenn Huntley have broken into that lead. St Stephen's catching as well. Old Zaverian's in a strong position. So Keelos and Bernards, 4 laps to go. Glenn Huntley, Old Zaverians will get next to St Stephen's, and off they go.
Yeah, so it will be Bell is going to lead it out for Keelos and Bernards, and who's got it there for Glenn Huntley is going to be Dan Claxton. So Claxton has it. Harry Smithers, that's a name from the past. He's going to put him on their back here, St Stephen's, and on the outside of him is Joshua Augustinus. So Ivanhoe a little bit further back with David Greig on the baton, and Doncaster just behind them, Alistair Christie. So Christie behind there from Ivanhoe. It's still going to be Bell leading it out, and these three, though, Glenn, are going to be able to work together in a great pack. And I hate to say I was right, but it was the front 4 from the first leg, and they seem to still have it now in the last. So Keelos and Bernards leading it out. Glenn Huntley, St Stephen's, Old Zaverians all get to work together, and Bell has a cheeky little look on the inside and just wonders how long until I start to hear footsteps. So Bell, he's going to lead it out over the lead of Claxton. Claxton just in front of Smithers, and Smithers in front of Augustinus. Doing a little bit of the work now is also going to be Ivanhoe in the hands of David Greig. So Greig might be able to latch onto the back of this, but it is Bell who's about 50 metres ahead now.
As you say at Milers, it's also hard to lead by yourself and know that there are second, third and fourth challenging for those medals in the last event here on the program. But Keelos and Bernards just keep on moving, and now it's 55, 60 metres. Still a long way to go. Glenn Huntley, St Stephen's and Old Zaverians. The battle pack will be for the minor medals, second and third. You called it early. I should have listened to you. This old man needs to listen to the young people of today that know a lot more about this sport than I do. So Keelos and Bernards out in front. Glenn Huntley in second, St Stephen's. That tight pack being challenged by David Greig from Ivanhoe. So Ivanhoe now in the mix potentially for the minor medals. So out in front, Keilor has a cursory look over the left-hand shoulder. Will come down to get 2 laps to go in this medley relay.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bell's been looking incredibly comfortable. It'll be really hard to peg him back from here. So Bell going to bring it down, and now that pack has grown to 4. As you mentioned, these minor placings are going to get pretty tasty over the next 2 laps. So Greig has come from about 30 metres back to put Ivanhoe right into the mix of it. That is going to be Claxton leading it out from Smithers. Augustinus behind Greig, but Greig isn't satisfied with 4th. He wants 3rd, call it 2nd. So Bell about 80 metres ahead. I can't really see anybody catching Keelos and Bernards, so the eyes have got to go on 2nd and 3rd place. It is Claxton leading it out from Greig, Smithers, Augustinus, and Doncaster back there. They might just be out of it, but I've seen crazier things happen with Alistair Christie. So it is going to be Bell. Bell leading it out. 90 metres now. Claxton, Greig, Smithers, Augustinus, all within a line of each other. So I'm unsure who the kickers are out of that pack, but I reckon we're going to find out over the final 600 here.
Well, I think you've hit the nail on the head, Keelos and Bernards. Unless there's a decision by a race director from Formula One about traffic, they look like they've got it in the bag. So Keelos and Bernards coming down to get the bell lap from Steve McLennan. Ivanhoe now in second. Glenn Huntley still on the back with Old Zaverians and St Stephen's. So the bell lap, 9:05.
Well, the sweet, sweet sound of the bell comes at beautiful timing, but it wouldn't really matter because Jacob's been making an absolute meal of it. So Jacob Bell, here's his namesake. He's got 300 metres to go. Greig gritting his teeth right now. Smithers to go with him. Augustinus dropping off, and Claxton did a lot of the work early. I don't know why, but I'm thinking Alistair Christie's a little bit dangerous for Doncaster as well. If you want to see a gold medal, look at 200 metres to go, and that is Bell leading it out for Keelos and Bernards. Greig's done so much work to get this Ivanhoe team up into a medal position. He goes one more time. Smithers to go with him. Augustinus, Claxton, and they're starting to fall off a little bit from the pace. So the minor medals might be sorted, but not in any particular order. So the head on the swivel on the inside of the left. Bell's going to take this out in the Open Men's DMR Relay for Keelos and Bernards. An absolutely fantastic win. Make him feel welcome. I've heard libraries louder than this, as he's going to come down and claim the win here for Keelos and Bernards. Greig's done so much work for the Ivanhoe team. team. Smithers knows how to get the best out of races. Greg puts his head down one more time. Smithers gets the arms pumping, but I think Greg's going to hold on for this Ivanhoe contingent, and he does. So Greg takes the second for Ivanhoe. Smithers third. It's going to be Claxton, Augustinus, and so too Christie. And that was a race for the ages there, but it was all dominated by Kielos and Berners. The 400-metre leg, that was it. That's all it needed, and they were away.
Certainly a good display from the Open KSB team as Old Scotch finish with Benjamin Baisha. And still three more Open teams to go in this final event on the program. We certainly hope you've enjoyed the Relay Championships. Just a reminder, personal invitation for everyone to stay around for Zatopek. We will have the men's and women's 4x1 and 4x4 finals, not to mention the Australian 10,000 metre championships, the under 20 3,000, and of course the area permit 1,500 and 800 for men and women as Glen Huntly B cross the line. And St Stephen's B will be the last team in this Open Medley Relay before we head down to our presentation for the Women's Open.
So Patrick Leong of this St Stephen's B team is going to finish it off here for the Men's Open Distance Medley Relay and call the curtain on the Victorian Relay Championships with a few presentations still yet to come.
Well, ladies and gentlemen watching at home, we hope you have enjoyed this presentation of the Athletics Victoria State Relay Championships. Mitch, your highlight for the day, great Open Medley Relay to finish off, but certainly some great performances, not only on but off the track. Unfortunately, 3 injuries in the 4x1s. Not a good start to the season, but some great times and also some surprises across the medalists for today.
Oh, 100%. I think everybody always wants to show out for the state relay championships as well. You bring the team together. It's not just the individual thing that typically running is. So I think everybody put it on their back well, but a phenomenal day.
Well, on behalf of Mitch and Tim, it's Glenn Turner signing off. We hope you've enjoyed the telecast.